Told you. I told you. Good morning. Can I kindly ask everyone to take their seats? I'll give it one more minute for us to start. Good morning. So welcome back, everyone. I am hoping everyone had a wonderful night last night, enjoyed the city of Tampa, dinner, wonderful conversations. And we're going to try to outdo yesterday, which will be very difficult to do, but I think you'll be very pleasantly surprised for what we have for you. So welcome to the second day of our GNSI Global and National Security Institute Tampa Summit, featuring the 8th Great Power Competition, the future and ethics of uncrewed and autonomous warfare. And yesterday's speakers included Dr. Eric Eisenberg, who announced a recent award of our Human Dynamics project, General McKinsey, the former CENTCOM commander and the current executive director of the USF Global and National Security Institute, who enlightened us with the experiences that he had and also discussed all the wonderful things that GNSI is doing. And you can read all about that in our current and future events. And we're just getting started at GNSI. We're just getting started. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So each time we'll have more activities, more announcements, both in terms of academia, scholarship, and how do we bridge the gap between policy and technology and bring the platform of the military and scholarship together to do that. We heard from Lieutenant General Gregory Guillot, who basically outlined how CENTCOM looks at in the activities of the uncrewed and autonomous within the CENTCOM AOR, and also Major General Dunlap, who talked about the ethics of the autonomous systems. Our panelists examined the foreign defense partnerships, a global competitive market, and what a wonderful panelists they were, and Paul Lushenko did a wonderful job, and David DeRoche to do that. For today's event, we got some wonderful speakers as well. So we'll begin the opening remarks with Dr. Roger Kangas, who's the academic dean and professor of Central Asian and Central Asian Studies at NISA, and followed by our keynote speaker, Dr. Stephanie Tompkins, who's the Director of Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, to do that. And following our morning panel, we'll break for lunch and return promptly at 1:30 to hear from this afternoon's esteemed keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Grinkovich, who is the head of AFCENT and Combined Air Force Component Commander of the United States Central Command, to do that. And after our keynote address, we will begin our 4 concurrent breakout sessions, which will enable even more insight and audience participation, and start thinking about which one of these panels you would like to attend, and all promise to be amazing to do that. So the breakout session 1 will examine artificial intelligence, ethics, and lethal autonomy. Breakout session 2 looks at the future of uncrewed systems. Breakout session 3 will address industry use, advancement of UAVs, and breakout session 4 will explore the security of autonomous systems. And then we'll take a short break, and we'll return. The moderators from each breakout session will spend a few minutes summarizing their individual sessions for the rest of the audience to do that. So that's our schedule for today. So let's get started with the conference now with opening remarks from Dr. Roger Kangas, Academic Dean of NISA, for this morning's opening remarks. Dr. Kangas serves also as a professor of Central Asian Studies at NISA. He previously served as a professor of Central Asian Studies at the George C. Marshall Center at the European Security in Germany. Dr. Kangas also served as a deputy director of the Central Asian Institute at Paul Nietzsche School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University, and research analyst on Central Affairs for the Open Media Research Institute in Prague. And I just want to take this opportunity to personally thank Roger for his continued support from day one. And then Director Wolf of NISA had a special vision for our platform today, and the vision, I think, is coming into a reality after some time. We use the term, sometimes it was pushing snowball up the hill in Tampa in August, but we have done it. And here we are. And also, Roger, I would like to give a special thanks for your team that we have worked to do this, Cindy Pritchard, and also soon retiring Dr. Richard Russell, that we work continuously in almost every conference that we have had. NISA had a tremendous participation to do that. So Roger, thank you very much for that. And please give me a round of applause for Roger.
Thank you. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Adib, for those kind words. And I know that we do have a busy day ahead of us. Yesterday, I thought was, quite a tour of the topic of uncrewed and autonomous weapons systems and other facets. And in conversations with our speakers and with other individuals throughout the day, quite frankly, I felt that I was learning a lot. This is a topic that is intriguing for me. In no way would I consider myself an expert, but I do want to be a good student of this, and because it's that important. So, Adib, thank you so much for putting this together, for really guiding this here on the USF campus. I also want to thank GNSI for, one, its presence, and now its desire to really take these sorts of opportunities to engage in the academic space, in the policy space, to put a practical spin on what are often intense and difficult theoretically framed questions. That's a challenge that should be recognized in terms of its difficulty, but one I think that needs to be acknowledged for its importance. I also want to thank our colleagues from CENTCOM and SOCOM who have attended and participated events over the years, and who are here today and who were here yesterday. This is for you. It scratches, if you will, that itch that is important in our commands but also your participation allows us a chance to give a reality check to the themes and topics of discussion. So again, for all involved, you know, it's a whole group of people that come together, and quite frankly, I think have done this quite well. This is our 8th iteration. I look forward, inshallah, to many more. It's an opportunity for us in Washington also to get a reality check of what life is like outside the Beltway. And trust me, that is important. Now, in terms of the NISA Center, because you do hear it sort of mentioned and referred to, and we are sort of what I would say an interesting creature within the Defense Department. We are government employees, but we work in an academic environment. And our mission really is to engage with partners and colleagues, with professionals from our region. You know, it's primarily the central region, you know, the Levant, the Gulf, Central Asia, but it also includes South Asia. It also includes North Africa. We work in, you know, Arabic and Russian and French and, you know, other languages as necessary. We've conducted programs in Hebrew and Turkmen, you name it. Whether it's a program here in the US, in Washington or another location, we run several down here in Tampa, or it's abroad, conducting programs, you know, in Oman, in Kazakhstan, in Nepal, in Morocco. And in all of these, the goal of our organization is to express and explain US policy. That's part of it, to debate US policy and the US presence and US position. But it's also to hear the perspectives from the region. How does this resonate in North Africa? How does the discussion of our topics at hand, how does this resonate in the Gulf? How does this resonate in South Asia? What are things that we do received, the second and third order effects that were discussed yesterday? These are absolute wild cards, and I agree with the comments that, you know, we can't sit and almost refrain from doing anything out of fear of second and third order effects. You know, Professor Dunlop's commentary, I thought, was outstanding on this yesterday. But we do have to be mindful of it, and we do have to monitor it. And I think this is something that our center, you know, we try to work on, because as the US engages in the region, we can't just assume that we're America, you're going to work with us. There is a competition. There is a global competition underway, the theme of this series of programs. And we need to be an active part in this, and we need to explain ourselves fully. So we will do that as the day goes on. I'll close my remarks with 2 very quick comments. First is I am looking forward to the discussions today when we look at, you know, the various, not just the technologies and methods that are part of uncrewed and autonomous warfare, but also the capabilities. We've looked at the ethical and legal issues, but let's also look at the issue of trust. And this is going to be brought up today, and I think quite well, of how do we rely on these as an integrated system with humans, with us? These are going to be some challenging questions. And so our speakers, the panels, the discussions, you all, the questions, let's have a wonderful second day of this event. I should also add as a second comment, and this is particularly geared to the students in the room and the students who may be coming later today. This is a great opportunity. You're at a wonderful university. I've enjoyed getting to know a bit more of the University of South Florida. You have great faculty and resources here. Take advantage of those. As much as you want to enjoy life on campus, also enjoy the academic life on campus and ask the hard questions. Get up and speak with the speakers when they're done. Don't be shy, introduce yourself. You may find that somebody is addressing an issue that you find of interest. That's critical. And I should add, on a final note, I do know that USF is playing Navy this weekend. My colleague, Dave DeRoche, who's a West Point grad, will be cheering USF all day on Saturday. So good luck with the game. Anyway, I look forward to the rest of the day. Adib, I'll turn the microphone back to you.
Thank you so much, Dean Kangas, and wonderful advice for our students, and go USF to do that. Now it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome our keynote speaker for this morning, Dr. Stephanie Tompkins. Dr. Tompkins is the director of the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA. She began her career as a U.S. Army intelligence officer, but has since spent most of her time since then leading scientists and engineers in interdisciplinary programs. This includes 3 years as vice president for research at the Colorado School of Mines, over 10 years in the industry conducting research projects in planetary geology, imaging, and managing diverse portfolios that span the range of sensing and analysis technologies, and over 20 years total at DARPA, including prior services as a program manager in multiple leadership roles. As the director, she has championed the expansion of the agency's innovation ecosystem that DARPA delivers on its mission of creating breakthrough technologies for national security. I'm also pleased to announce that she will be having a special event, as I announced a few times yesterday, at the Marshall Center tomorrow at 9 a.m. in room 3707. This presentation will provide excellent insight into what DARPA does and ways to work with the nation's premier organization creating breakthrough technologies and capabilities for national security. I highly recommend that you attend Dr. Tompkins' presentation either in person or virtually. You can find more information in your program guide. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Tompkins, Stephanie Tompkins.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for your interest in this topic writ large. I'm gonna talk maybe one step backwards, even a little bit more broadly, focusing on the subject of ethical, but also societal and legal implications for emerging technologies in general. In order to do that, I've sort of got 3 things I want to accomplish today. I'm going to start off by giving you a little bit of a sense of DARPA and how we work and who we are, and why we should be caring so much about the topic. And then I'll give you a better understanding of how we manage ethical, legal, and societal, so ELSI, implications, shorthand LC, for our various programs. And then I'll dive into a couple of very specific examples focused on autonomy. So if you see the timeline behind me, these are what we think of as a few of our very greatest hits. DARPA has actually been around for 65 years and has been investing ever since its very start in breakthrough technologies for national security. We were actually founded in response to a significant, at the time, probably one of the biggest technological surprises our nation had ever faced, and that was the launch of the Sputnik satellite. And when DARPA was started, it was with this very simple charter, which is to ensure that the nation is not surprised like that again. It's really hard to prevent surprise in the sense that we don't have crystal balls that can predict the future. So the DARPA approach to that mission has been to always be at the bleeding edge and maybe beyond that bleeding edge, so that if we are in fact making those technological investments into surprise ourselves, it makes it much more likely that we are not the victims of that type of surprise from others. And what you see on the timeline are examples of some of those major investments. So on the top half, particularly for our military stakeholders, you'll see the kinds of things that we are best known for in terms of military systems. And that includes seminal investments in communications and networking technology, for stealth aircraft, uncooled infrared night vision, miniaturized GPS receivers, unmanned aerial vehicles, many, many more, but those are the ones that I think are most easily talked about in a broad audience. Down on the bottom half, for our university audience, this is really the enabling technologies that DARPA is most famous for. So this would include actually the creation of material science as a discipline. Before that, it was much more stovepiped into different like chemistry and metallurgy and mining engineering and things like that. And for those of you that might happen to work in material science, the interdisciplinary centers we created back in the early 60s still exist today as National Science Foundation MRSECs. So that heritage and push into the scientific community is actually something that we have done multiple times in history and are very proud of. Also on the bottom, you see this little experiment we did called the ARPANET, which you may know, then grew up, graduated to become the internet. That also had an intermediate step, I should point out, where the National Science Foundation took the ARPANET, turned it into NSFNet, and grew it by adding more and more university research centers, and turned it into a very extensive and very useful government research network. And then it was actually policymakers like Al Gore who put into place the laws that transformed it into the internet that we have today. A lot of seminal work, obviously, in microelectronics and artificial intelligence. And then I think the one that might surprise people, and it's worth telling a little story about, is what you see there where it says nucleic acid-based vaccines. And I'm going to tell the story because it will help illustrate a little bit how DARPA works. So we're only about 220 government employees. Half are technical, half are support staff that do contracting and security and human resources, information technology, things like that. The program managers, the technical staff, are all on a limited term. So we all have expiration dates on our badges, and the basic premise is that DARPA is a place where we are focusing on making big bets, looking far out into the future, and taking risk. And one of the most dangerous things that sort of prevents people from being risk tolerant is staying in one place too long, because you either get too gun shy because you've had failure, or you get too comfortable because you've had success. And either way, somewhere around the 4th or 5th year is when we typically push for rotation. So every single one of our technical people rotates. And the other advantage of that is that we are constantly making space for new ideas and people who have been out in the world, not necessarily tightly embedded, only enclosed government circles. So they're constantly making us aware of what the opportunity space is. All right, so we had a program that had failed. It was a program to focus on making artificial blood for the battlefield, which I think you could imagine why that would be really important. Technically, it succeeded in the sense that artificial blood was made. Practically, it failed because the artificial blood was so expensive that it just could not be made useful. In the course of rotation, we had a new program manager come in. He was actually an Air Force medical doctor, which is just not necessarily important to the story, except to show you sort of the diversity of the kinds of program managers we get. We have faculty members from universities come on leave of absence. We have people from industry. We have people from government labs. And that most specifically does include uniformed scientists and engineers as well. Anyway, this doctor said, he was closing down the program, he said, I want to ask a slightly different question. If the blood is too expensive for battlefield use, what would make expensive blood worth the price? And that led to a really interesting series of questions. Could the blood be used to heal people? Could it be used as a cure? Could it be used as a vaccine? And he hosted a series of workshops, pulling people in from across the country. And one of the companies that showed up was a little 12-person company that you might have heard of. It's called Moderna. It led to a series of investments in mRNA vaccines and a completely and fundamentally different way of vaccinating people. So we got off the question of how quickly you can make chickens lay eggs and inject vaccines in them, and got into a fundamentally different way of thinking about it. It was a military question that he posed, right? He said, our service members are going all around the world and our vaccine system does not work to protect them against the variety of diseases that they have to face. So we need something completely different. And oh, by the way, I was actually there about 11 years ago when he said this. If we ever should have a pandemic, this could come in handy. So I think it's a really good example of how DARPA works. I should point out also the National Institutes of Health had been investing in that kind of technology. The baseline was there. It's DARPA's job to accelerate and push it with a high risk, high payoff mindset, much, much beyond what the normal science and technology ecosystem would do. So we swoop in, we make a big bet, we push as fast as we can. If we fail, we get out as fast as we can, and we continue to make more bets with the idea that when we succeed, we tend to make major societal changes. So just to summarize that, our role in the science and technology ecosystem is to focus on those breakthrough paradigm shifting kinds of solutions. We are very comfortable with risk. We embrace and actually celebrate it. We don't like to be on roadmaps. If we're anywhere on a roadmap, we're looking at how we can take something that might be a 20-year out goal and bringing it in, by twice or 3 times faster. And if possible, we'd like to do something that would cause you to rip up the roadmap and have a completely fresh look at what's possible. All right, so in that world, the question of ethical implications, and we think broadly ethical, legal, and societal implications, they tend to all feed into each other, of these emerging technologies becomes really important. DARPA actually has a model that is focused entirely on speed. We bring people in, and since they're only at DARPA for about 4 years, we need to make sure they are not wasting their time. So we limit bureaucracy and we get them so that they can start new programs that they think that will change the world, and they can execute on those programs as quickly as possible. That means we need to have a way to also think about the ethical, legal, and societal implications of those technologies they are creating that can match to that speed. So what we have done, I'm going to start with, it was very, very ad hoc until about a dozen years ago. And at that point, we actually asked the National Science Foundation, the National Academy of Sciences, to do a study and help us sort of frame the problem a little bit better. Now, I should point out, DARPA actually starts about 50 new programs a year, just to give you a sense of the pace and the volume that we have to be thinking about. So they did this study, and they came back with a number of recommendations. And it talked about what some of the foundational technologies we should be really concentrating on. Information technology, particularly because of the privacy implications. You sort of look in that top box. Synthetic biology and neuroscience were 3 areas that were sort of huge and ripe for really starting to create a more formal and structured LC process. Lots of application domains, which will look very familiar. These were just sort of highlights of them, everything from cyber weapons to obviously robotics and autonomous systems. And then a whole series of best practices, including engaging LC throughout our program lifecycle, from before you create the program, while you're still thinking about it, to actually executing the program, and then what kinds of recommendations would come out of it. Lots of regular review, lots of engagement with stakeholders. What that then led to is DARPA essentially setting up a series of processes very, very strong in our information technology and biology focused offices, to really bring in a collection of ethicists and scientists and legal experts who could bring subject matter expertise to bear on our different programs in the form of advice and insight and constant touch points to help us understand what the consequences of success might be. So if it turns out that in our wildest dreams, the big risk we're taking is going to pay off, we want to make sure that we are gathering the data and doing the research to help inform policymakers, who then have to make laws and regulations around these technologies with the best information they possibly can have. Right? So this is something that it focuses on what is the character of the technology, really focusing on some of the fundamental ethics questions that come up in research all the time regarding consent. But really, and I think most important today, is thinking about the consequences. And so, as I said, we kind of drove that heavily into those 3 original domains, kind of the biological, the neuroscience, and the information technology space. And one of the things we are on the cusp of doing today is finding a way to scale that to cross the entire agency. Really you need to think about it from the perspective that many things that seem harmless could have profound consequences. And most of us as technologists don't think about and imagine what some of those scenarios can be. Sometimes we need access to science fiction writers. We need access to people who really do make a living thinking about consequences. So while I have a lot of folks in what we call our microsystems technology office, their job is to make better, faster chips. I'm pretty sure all of them would say, yeah, not me, don't worry about LC, I'm just making smaller chips, right? But it probably doesn't take more than 5 to 10 minutes of thinking to realize how those things could potentially run wild, let loose in society unconstrained. So you just have to give yourself a chance to think. And as we do a lot with human subjects research and animal research, we can think about low risk, medium risk, and high risk, and then we can design our LC approach to each program to conform to those risk levels and to provide support throughout its life cycle. So when we talk to our program managers, the opportunities for LC examination engagement are constant, many, and really throughout the program life cycle. So we tell them that the right time for LC engagement is anytime and always. So that means when the program manager is dreaming up the program, they should be engaging with LC experts to figure out whether or not they need a stronger and more supportive structure in the program itself. If the answer is yes, then they need help throughout the program, and they need regular feedback and touch points as new surprises and discoveries are made throughout the life cycle of the program, and as we are making recommendations, again, to the policymakers in the Department of Defense, in Congress, and elsewhere as to what are the implications of this technology when it runs loose. All right, so I want to give you a couple of very specific examples. So I'm going to start off with a program called Urban Reconnaissance Through Supervised Autonomy, or URSA. And URSA was really about distinguishing friend from foe in crowded urban scenarios. And a lot of the traditional methods tend to lean towards, just looking for threats. And it really does tend to push people towards an unconscious bias, towards everything looking like a threat. And part of the URSA goal was to say, we need to start understanding innocent behaviors and how do you discriminate between things that are a little bit blurry, especially when people are under a lot of tension. And the view of the technical vision of the program was to have autonomous systems working in concert with humans to sort of probe and push at crowds to help segregate behaviors one way or another. So like a real simple one would be at my building back at DARPA in Northern Virginia. It's an ordinary looking office building, and there are lots of people who are wandering around outside the building. And sometimes people take photographs of it. Sometimes people will sit at the bus stop across the street for an extraordinarily long time. Should you worry? There are plenty of reasons, innocent reasons why they might be doing those things. And there are potentially nefarious reasons why they might be doing those things. Are there things you could do that will elicit behavior, such as pulling a vehicle up in front of them and blocking their view to see how they respond? Do they go around? Do they move to a better vantage point, right? And so these are things where having lots and lots of humans engaged can be a little bit overwhelming and impractical. Can you use autonomous systems to help you? The hypothesis was yes. On the other hand, as you can imagine, this is fraught with ethical questions, legal implications. And so this program was designed with what we think of as sort of heavy touch LC. It's like, so moderate touch LC would be, we have a panel of experts and they engage 2 to 3 times a year with the program teams. They hear the results of what's happening, they provide feedback, and they go home. With URSA, we went in with a much more intense situation. We have a working group of about 20 people who are embedded in the teams all of the time, right? So they are taking from the program, the scenarios, the technical goals, the various vignettes that we're working towards. And you can see the categories of experts that we have that would include military folks, technologists, obviously ethicists and legal experts, and potentially behavioral scientists, all of them working together and embedded on the different performer teams. So these are the people who are actually doing the work, the companies and universities that we had funded. And then they helped by really focusing on things that might seem trivial, can be really profound, like having standardized terminology where everyone is actually talking about the same thing at the same time. A framework for being able to apply LC in a practical space. Technical requirements and various levels of human-machine control, so human supervisory control over machines, throughout the ultimate goal, in order to meet the technical goals of the program. And then this is fed in constant loops to those performer teams so that they are updating and adapting as they go. We like to say, the very, very simplistic analogy is that you can build a car and you can try to bolt some brakes on afterwards, or you can build the brakes in. And if you really think about this, and I think a lot of you, if there's folks in the audience who are ethicists, you already know this, putting brakes in actually lets you go faster, not slower. And so we want to build those brakes in intelligent ways so that we can actually drive the technology much more quickly, rather than in ways where we are creeping along because we don't understand what the landscape is, or where we race forward and smash into something and come to a screeching halt. So one of the things that was observed out of this was, among our teams, some of them fully embraced and completely tightly coupled with their LC support folks. And others, it was maybe a loose coupling. And one of the really interesting and fascinating things that came out of this, at least in this one program that we were looking at, is the more tightly coupled, actually, the better and more quickly the teams actually did advance. And they were able to align with commander's intent, not just with a bunch of technologies that then had to be mapped back to what the users wanted to do. So with that example, I'll show you another autonomy and AI focused program, which is adopted similarly. I'm not going to go through the details of the structure. It's adopted a similar approach in terms of LC sort of intimacy in the program structure. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what the program is meant to do, because it starts us to move us towards the kinds of questions you have to think of when you're talking about lethal autonomy and autonomous weapons systems. And that is a program called In the Moment. In the Moment, it's in some ways, it might be easier to understand if I tell you what the program manager originally was going to call it. He was going to call it the least worst decision. And he was thinking about all of those times when you are facing a decision where there actually is no clear, good answer. And yet you have to make a decision and you have to move on. And in these worlds of, I think what these conversations have already been going on and will continue to have, of lethal autonomy, that you are right there in the sweet spot. But if you think about it, there are many, many different kinds of situations that put you under similar pressure and under similar competition of laws and ethics and immediacy and urgency and saving certain lives over potentially not saving other lives, the horrible decisions none of us ever want to have to be in, but in the military you often are faced with, unfortunately, and we're having no choice to deal with. So where can autonomy help? Right? What is the extent to which you would want to be able to turn control over to an autonomous system, and how much control would you ever actually relinquish? This was actually born out of, so we actually thought about a lot of different programs and one of the ones we wanted to settle on, because it allows for a very open conversation with all of society, is the question of triage. Mass casualty triage in particular. And this was born out of conversations with some of the emergency room personnel in Las Vegas after the mass shooting there, where they were overwhelmed and doctors were just completely buried under having to make life and death decisions without a lot of context and a lot of support, trying to figure out if they could delegate those decisions to other people, not even knowing if that in itself was ethical or legal, and just the context of that. And then you throw that similar situation to the military, where you will now add the fact that you were probably being shot at while you're making those decisions, completely changes the context of what people may have to be dealing with. Led for a very, very interesting problem for this in the moment kind of question. So in the moment is really about decision making and decision support under very extreme and complex and often unfortunate situations. So happy to answer questions about the program itself later if you're interested, but that is really what it's about. So it's autonomous decision support, leading on a spectrum to autonomous decision making, and understanding where and how much you can encode human values, and then how much you can fundamentally trust and agree with the decisions that are made under those really extraordinary, difficult situations. And I think any of you who worked in this space know that even when you have a group of humans doing it, there will not be extreme consensus on what was right and what was wrong. So you can see why this is such a fraught topic. But it's a topic we felt we had to tackle head on. And so we're tackling it head on with that same LC structure that I showed you for URSA, with experts embedded in the teams working full time so that we can move forward. And then again, help inform policymakers of what they need to know to put into place the rules that ultimately the rest of us will have to follow. Okay. So I'm going to stop with the examples, and I'm just going to close by telling you a little bit more about what's coming next. First of all, I didn't have a specific example to share with you today about sort of lethal autonomy. We are actually working on a program in that space, confronting ethical, legal, and societal issues head on, so stay tuned. I expect that there'll be announcements coming out within the next few months. And then the other thing is, if you are interested in engaging with us in our broad vision of scaling ELSI across all DARPA programs, you can either send an email, scan the code, or send an email to elsie@darpa.mil. We are actually in the process of bringing on contract a nonprofit organization that would allow us to maintain, essentially a council of people who are available on call to help our program managers from program conception, and then actually be able to embed themselves at any level of kind of ELSI intensity throughout the life cycle of the programs. And for that, we want to be reaching across the country to people who are with various perspectives, levels of expertise, and of course, passion for the problem. So thank you for your time and attention, and I would love to answer questions. Or do we have time? Did I run out of time? Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. Tech Sergeant Anthony Tucker from AFSOC A2. I had a question about URSA. So if the enemy decides to change their tactics, techniques, and procedures in order to fool the system into thinking that they are friendly, how does the system update its algorithm? Would that have to be through a user providing feedback to the programmers, or will the system automatically notice that behavior and start to look and investigate into that?
I think that it's a little bit of both, because the system is often noting things that the humans haven't, but then the humans still have to engage in order to help understand the implications. So we actually just did a massive concluding exercise, like a capstone exercise, working with a reserve military police brigade. And they were dealing with sort of massive detainee situations. And one of the things they noted was that the unmanned systems were noting things like missing detainees and people who were in the wrong location much quicker than the humans were. But then once the humans were notified, they could make decisions. And then you can see how you feed that information back into updating the tactics and techniques.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you so much for your amazing presentation. I'm Michael, and I study here at USF studying cybersecurity. My question is, how will you be implementing quantum computation once our silicon-based computers become obsolete in the data structures that aid government-generated programs?
You may regret asking that question because you're about to get me on a little bit of a soapbox. So DARPA actually has a couple of very interesting programs in quantum computing, and they are all founded on the premise that it is absolutely not clear whether quantum computing will be of any use at all. Right? There is clearly some benefit in factoring algorithms, and there has been a lot of speculation on many other applications. But even with the factoring algorithms, it is not clear how close we are to achieving a utility scale quantum computer, which is one that actually operates at a scale where you get more out of it than you have to put into it to actually sort of have practical utility. So we have a program called Quantum Benchmarking, which is exploring these questions of just utility across all of those many promised quantum applications, whether it has to do with modeling and simulation of new materials or, discovery and solving of complex problems. There's a lot of promise, but it is not actually clear that we know how to interpret the various technical breakthroughs happening in the quantum computing space to actual sense of whether those things are going to lead to something useful. We don't even know if the things we have been measuring, like the number of interacting qubits, are in fact the right metric to be paying any attention to. So So I'm going to posit to answer your question that we are actually not as close to being able to answer that question yet because we don't even know what the utility of the quantum computers will be. We are also making a lot of investments in industry because this is one of those technical areas where the government is actually not the major driver. There are a lot of closed industry investments, and we are trying to make sure that we are connecting with them so that there are, again, not a lot of, we don't want technological surprise, right? We would very much like to be able to have an understanding of when those breakthroughs are going to occur, when and how they would scale, and what the government's and the Department of Defense's role would be in being able to engage with and take advantage of those capabilities. So, thank you for that, though. When I first got back to DARPA, I got a long lecture on quantum computing, and so I become the converted, and I am trying to make sure I'm get that message out to everybody. So, next.
Faculty at USF. We are working on testing and verifying connected autonomous vehicles in general. And we are looking, one of the things we are looking is cybersecurity. The other thing is testing how ethical they are. So since the theme of this conference is talking about like ethical issues, as a human being, I think we look at the brain, how the brain works. So in hard decision or in situation like critical situations, we cannot even be ethical. So how do you think autonomous vehicles or autonomous systems, they can be tested or they can be developed to be ethical?
Yeah, I mean, you're really getting at the fundamental crux of the question. And I think that this is one of the things that, for example, that In the Moment program is really wrestling with. It's that when you have these very high pressure situations, and sometimes the answer as to what the ethical decision was will be disagreed upon by various people, is one of those things we need to wrestle with up front. And I think it involves, one, laying down the agreed upon norms, testing aggressively in lots of situations, and then, constant feedback in order to understand what that sort of societal consensus might be. I mean, I think that the point to remind ourselves over and over again is that we accept really horrendous decisions from humans because they are humans. And we have to ask ourselves a little bit about what the costs are to the things that we are comfortable accepting, right? So in the self-driving car situation, I'm sure everyone has heard the arguments that despite some of the really dumb mistakes self-driving cars are making, the really dumb mistakes that humans make all the time, and the number of automobile accidents and pedestrians who are being wiped out. My home state of Colorado is in the process of setting a new record for pedestrian deaths from automobile accidents. You can't lose sight of the cost of not actually tackling some of these hard new problems. So I don't have an easy answer for you. I think a lot what I'm talking about, and I think you're already doing, is the methodology and the willpower to keep driving ourselves forward and not shying away from really hard questions.
Hello, Dr. Tompkins. My name is Caitlin Lee from RAND Corporation, and I had a question for you about lethal autonomous weapons. I know you mentioned that program is just getting off the ground, but I wanted to ask you sort of your personal opinion or perspective as we think about lethal autonomous weapons and the ethics piece. Do you have a view or a going in position about whether, when we think of the ethical piece, whether it's more important to focus on, for example, like algorithm development and thinking about, the conditions and factors that will drive the algorithm development to sort of build in the ethics? Or do you think the governance framework piece is really the way to go? Like the LLM exists, the algorithms do what they do, and so there's like a need for policy governance. So it's a little bit, and I know that I'm creating a totally binary framework here, but I'm interested in your thoughts on that. Like how much of it is about like the software development as we go and being thoughtful there versus government coming in and sort of providing some context and policy on it? If you have thoughts, I'd be really interested.
So it's a really good question, of course, and it's a hard one to answer, easily. So I'm gonna rely on the sophistication of the audience to sort of tolerate some nuance here. And I think, I'm gonna say the answer really has to be both. But what you don't need are the government to come in with draconian detail by detail detailed rules. What you need are the right guidelines that then allow those more bottoms up processes in the algorithm development to sort of explore that space. And you may need regular iteration. An example of, I don't want to go into detail of the program because it's not fully approved and it is not yet, we still could choose not to do it. We're kind of in the decision space, but we're going in with the fundamental premise that what we do will be driving to zero false alarms. Nope, no circumstances, zero false alarms. And we're going to go as hard as we can towards that, what probably is a crazy goal, without any, gray space. And then from that, I think we will learn what the gray space may have to be and whether or not we are even willing to tolerate such gray space. And I think that without kind of that balance of putting in some really hard rules, but only a few, allowing a lot of flexibility and learning and testing around that space, and then adjusting the rules a little bit, I'm not sure how else we would do it. And that's a interesting question that, of course, everyone who's worried about large language models is probably facing as well, right? Exactly how much top down, how much bottoms up, when you don't want either of them running completely wild.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Norma Alcantar. I'm the Associate Dean for Research in the College of Engineering. My question is about faculty that would like to apply for a project in DARPA. It's very intimidating. And now, did you recommend that they also had to worry about the ethical implications of their high risk, high impact idea, or that's something that they should just present it, and DARPA already has all of these different policy makers that will worry about it. So I just wanted to know a little bit of, a sense of what recommendations you can give to faculty that would like to engage more with DARPA.
Absolutely. Well, the short answer to your question is, it is our job. We have much more insight into all of the major issues and to the stakeholders and to the problems. We would not expect faculty members to have to be experts on that. That is definitely my program manager's job. The slightly longer answer to your question, because you're absolutely right, writing DARPA proposals can be really intimidating, especially for first timers, is that we recognize that, and we have put into place a whole bunch of new initiatives to try to make that easier. So the first one is come to my DARPA 101 talk tomorrow, because we're doing a lot of outreach events like this where we're engaging with faculty directly. But we also started something called DARPA Connect. So DARPA Connect at darpa.mil, send an email, they'll put you on the mailing list, and there's a website. I don't have it here, but I'll have it tomorrow. And if you just Google DARPA Connect, it'll come up. We have essentially are working with a partner nonprofit to set up a website that is meant to be your one-stop help desk for how to work with DARPA. Everything from tutorials on how to help write a proposal, how to diagnose a BAA, how to talk to a program manager, all of those sort of subtle things, and then lots of live events that are much more immediate. DARPA just released a BAA in topic X. Let's all get together online and analyze the BAA and make sure that people understand what's being asked for and how to write a good proposal, right? So we're gonna do a bunch of things like that we hope will help lower the barrier to entry. Just getting started, so be patient with us in terms of the website. It is still very much under development, but it is there and available both for you to use and also to provide feedback on. Thanks for that question. So it was a perfect lead in for me to advertise what's coming next, and I think to get off the stage, right? All right, so thank you.
Well, Dr. Tompkins, let me echo our student. Thank you for that truly amazing presentation, enlightenment, and information. And folks, when the director of DARPA says, contact us, we want to work with you, guess what? She better be getting a lot of USF EDU emails on her inbox to do that. So we will now take a break. Please be back with us at 10:15 sharp to welcome our morning panel on the future of uncrewed systems, the benefits and dangers of advanced technology. Thank you. Can I ask everyone to start taking your seats? We are about to start our morning panel. Okay, well, welcome back. We're ready to get started with our morning panel, which will examine the future of uncrewed systems, the benefits and dangers of advancing technology. We're pleased to have with us here from USF, Dr. Arman Sargolziai as our panel moderator. Dr. Sargolziai is the director of the Resilient Autonomous Network Control Systems Research Group and assistant professor in the Advanced Air Mobility Research Program at the Center for Urban Transportation Research at the University of South Florida. His expertise is in applying linear and non-linear control method machine learning and artificial intelligence in the field of network control systems. His mission is to enhance the quality of life for people by assuring the safety, security, and privacy concerns through extensive collaboration among multidisciplinary fields. He is a recipient of the NSF Career Award for his research on testing and verifying security of the connected and autonomous vehicles. Now I'll turn over the discussions to my friend, Dr. Sargolziai, who will introduce the panel speakers, facilitate the discussion, and lead the question and answer session that follows. Arman.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So thanks for coming and joining and spending your hours in the morning with us. I had a conversation with the panelists, and I said that I'm not a morning person, and this is the earliest I woke up during past several months. So I hope that we can make it engaging, and we can have a good time, and we can have a lot of discussions with each other. So I first introduce our panelists. They are great panelists. I actually watched some of their talks on YouTube by myself, and I enjoyed their conversation, the way they lead the conversations. So it's my pleasure to have them here. I will introduce them, and then after that, I'll give a few minutes to each of them to give initial remarks, and then hopefully after that, we have some questions that I'm going to ask some questions, and then we'll give some time to you guys to ask questions as well. So first, I'm going to introduce Mr. Lux. Mr. Lux is the Executive Director of Assure. It's Alliance for System Safety of UAS through Research Excellence, led by Mississippi State University. Mr. Lux is responsible for leading the alliance of 23 of the world's leading research universities. Actually, it's 23 here, but I talked to him today, and he said it's 29 research universities that they are working together. And also industrial partners. Mr. Lux is an Air Force veterans with over 2,500 hours flying times, while on exchange with the US Navy, including 700 hours combat time in operation over Iraq, Bosnia, and Afghanistan. Mr. Lux received his Bachelor's of Science degree in Computer Science and commissioned from the US Air Force Academy in 1984. He retired from the Air Force in 2014 from his last assignment at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Daytona Beach, where he commanded the Reserve Officers Training Program. He is a distinguished graduate of both the USAF Fighter Weapon School and Air Command and Staff College. With that, I'll give a few minutes to Mr. Lux to give initial remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Armin. And thank you for attending this morning and for GNSI for putting this great opportunity together for us. So in my current role at Assure, we're focused on applied research And all those universities and our industry partners came together to serve as the FAA Center of Excellence for unmanned aircraft systems. What we'll probably get into a little bit today on that portion of it all is the opportunity and risk associated with the FAA. A lot of great discussion, fantastic technologies, but unless we're pulling the FAA along with us, it's not going to happen here in the United States. And I'll talk later on, hopefully, counter UAS, new technologies going nowhere in the United States until we get the FAA on board. We also support NASA in applied research and looking at different technologies. A lot of focus going on in the communications spectrum area, issues associated with that, multi-aircraft control, command and control kind of issues associated with that. And then Assure recently has gone out to develop a federated system of standards, training, testing, exercises to support first responders' use of UAS and ultimately be the credentialing authority for first responders' use of that for law enforcement, fire, and emergency management emergency systems, and then the different emergency management agencies at the federal, state, and local level. So with that, I'll just kind of leave it there and we can talk more later.
Sure. Sounds great. So the next speaker that I would like to introduce to you is Dr. Jared Riddick. He is a senior fellow at Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Prior to joining CSET, he was a principal director for autonomy in the Office of the Under Secretary for Research and Engineering, serving as a senior DoD official for coordination, strategy, and transition of autonomy research and development. He also served in the executive leadership role in the U.S. Army Research Lab, where he established a 200-acre robotic research collaboration campus. He has also served in the leadership roles in the Office of the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army for Research and Technology and the former Office of the Under Secretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. He holds a PhD in Engineering Mechanics from Virginia Tech, Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering from North Carolina A&T State University, and Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering from Howard University. With that, I'll give a few minutes to him to give his initial remarks.
Thank you. So thanks to everyone for being here. So I am from the Center for Security and Emerging Technology, or CSET as we call it. And the CSET exists at the intersection of national security and emerging technology policy. So I want to really thank GNSI for putting on this event and really highlight the importance of having this type of institute in an academic environment. Part of our goal at CSET is to train the next generation of technical policy experts. And so having this type of institute in an academic setting really gives you an opportunity to participate in that objective. So kudos to you for that. I'll just use my few minutes here to do a bit of scene setting. I left the DoD to go to this think tank in December. So in January of this year, the big discussion was around innovation adoption. And for the Atlantic Council put together a commission actually on innovation adoption. And I love their slogan. It was that DoD does not have an innovation problem, it has an innovation adoption problem. So really thinking about the fact that commercial technology coming from non-traditional DoD partners is where a lot of the new technologies that we're seeing having an impact on warfare are being developed. And DoD now has to figure out how do we get those commercial technologies into being capability. That's a big conversation within DoD, certainly at the beginning of the year. And so back then, and around February, I wrote a commentary that appears in Issues in Science and Technology. And it's really in response to an article that came from the some South Korean defense experts who were saying that they have a problem in South Korea, that their defense R&D sector is closed. And so they're concerned, based on what they're seeing in Ukraine, about how will they bring commercial technology into South Korean capability. And when I saw that commentary, I said, well, that sounds familiar. And so the commentary, the response I wrote in Issues in Technology really says innovation adoption now becomes a potential way for us to collaborate with international partners. And so we heard a lot yesterday about foreign military sales and how we engage foreign partners there. But there's also a possibility now as we innovate around how we're going to adopt technology to engage international partners in how they're thinking about those problems too. So a bit more scene setting. At the beginning of the summer, there was a legislative proposal that was announced for a proposed joint autonomy office, and that really sort of caught my attention. Announced by a bipartisan team of congresspersons. There was a lot of pushback to that. And so that legislative proposal really is not in the NDAA, but there is some appropriation language in the Senate Appropriations Bill about a role that's sort of similar, asking CDAO to set up an autonomy enterprise platform. So I've written a blog post about that. It's on the CSET website now, talking about these announcements in the context of the now late summer announcement for Replicator. And we talked a bit about Replicator yesterday. I'm going to talk some more about that today. But in my blog post, I basically lay out the proposal that if we're wildly successful with this Replicator effort, and 2 years from now, we have fielded thousands of drones in multiple domains, what then comes next? And perhaps these legislative proposals that came from Congress earlier in the year and what exists now in the Senate Appropriations Bill gives us a path forward. So I want to spend the time today talking about those things, but also there's one other pitch that I want to make. As we talk about policy, I think there's a real need for balance. And there have been a few articles that have come out recently, one from Klein Kitchens at AEI, another from the Carnegie Endowment for Peace, where folks are sort of making the point that we don't want to have policy at the expense of innovation. And I want to spend some time on that as we talk today. And I think we heard a little bit of that yesterday, but there is a real need for balance. And I have a concern that the policy conversation has been really sort of dominated by these issues around dangers, hazards, and bias, which are important, but we have to be very careful that we don't miss the opportunity for innovation and that we don't handcuff ourselves in terms of the technology that we want to have for the future warfighter.
That's nice. So actually, it was really interesting what you mentioned. So I talked with Mr. Lux in the morning as well, and he was mentioning exactly the same thing, that instead of looking and talking about all the dangers and all the problems, why we are not looking at like benefits and why we are not focusing on that. We will get to that hopefully soon. That's great. So the next speaker that I want to introduce is Dr. Jennifer McCardell. She is an adjunct senior fellow in the Defense Program and Warm Gaming Lab at the Center for a New American Security. She is also the Senior Director for Defense Programs and the Deputy Chief Learning Officer at CAS USA and Non-Resident Fellow at the Joint Special Operations University. Her present research focus on military readiness, training, and defense technical innovation. Dr. McCardell has served on the Congressman Langevin's Cyber Advisory Committee and as an expert member of a NATO technical group that develops cyber effects for the military alliance campaign simulations. She holds a PhD from King's College London in War Studies, is the recipient of the Fred Lewis Doctoral Scholarship in Modeling and Simulation and is a Certified Modeling and Simulation Professional. She is a term member with the Council on Foreign Relations and was named an official math science by the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command. With that, I'll give a few minutes for her to come up with initial remarks.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction. And thank you so much to GNSI. This has been a phenomenal conference, and I'm really honored to be here today with you all. So what I'd like to do is, in my short amount of time for these opening remarks, is kind of pull on a couple threads that were starting to come out yesterday. So one is on human-machine teaming, and the second is on trust. So we focused a lot on uncrewed systems and RPVs and much in a kind of aerial context. And when we talk about human-machine teaming, it's much bigger than that. So obviously, it can manifest in ways like that we're seeing in Ukraine. It can manifest like a fighter pilot flying alongside a loyal wingman or a collaborative combat aircraft. It can also manifest in very different ways. So for instance, we can be using AI as a teammate in a command and control center where it's providing a decision support to a commander. We could also theoretically see AIs emerge as kind of synthetic instructors, providing training to our future guardians, airmen, sailors, soldiers. So essentially, human-machine teaming can take multiple different types of shapes and forms. And when we think about the future of human-machine teaming, and as the military begins to rely more and more on human-machine teams, trust becomes so incredibly important. So at present, when we think about trusted autonomy, we're oftentimes thinking about this from a technical level. What is the technical solutions that will allow us to make autonomous systems more transparent, explainable, or reliable? But simply looking at this from a technology-based solution, it ignores the human element of that problem. And so I would start by saying that if we want to start to understand human-machine teaming from a trust context, we should be thinking about what human-to-human trust looks like in a military context. And at present, in the military, trust is based on predictability. It's born of training and professionalism. And there's also this fundamentally emotional component to it, because it's a willingness to cede your vulnerability to another in environments of danger, uncertainty, and risk. And since trust has this emotional element to it, and since it's linked to predictability and understanding, there are ways to start to build and understand trust in what are called synthetic environments. So these are these virtual and constructive simulated worlds. So constructive as in computer-generated worlds. And we typically use these virtual worlds for training, and we can obviously use them for other applications like experimentation and trust development. So for instance, the company that I'm involved in right now, we are using various physiological sensors to understand a person's emotive state in real time. So we can measure things like stress levels. That data can then be used to build these models that are these attributes of trust, where we can start to understand human-to-human trust and build a model around it. Those same models can then be applied to human-machine teams, and we can start to refine those models in different nuanced ways. Since predictability is tied to trust, the ability to run through multiple scenarios in faster than real time or in real time within these synthetic environments can allow humans to better understand their machine partners and vice versa for machine teammates to better understand the human that they're working with. And if you're using these simulated environments, you're naturally reducing risk because that trust building process is happening in a virtual simulated world. It's not a live environment. And so I just wanted to start with that. So when we think about trust, there's all these different ways to do it. And I'm hoping that will kind of start to frame the discussion.
Thanks a lot. So I think trust is really one of the things that we want to discuss today as well, like along with policy challenges and also benefits and some of the dangers of advancing technology. So with that, I'll start with the first question. That is a general question, and it's going to be for all the panelists. I would say, how do you see the future of uncrewed systems in general, like where we are right now and where we are going to be in the future as far as the uncrewed systems? And with that, I'll start with maybe Jennifer.
So, like I was saying, I think it's smart when we're thinking about uncrewed systems to try to open that kind of aperture of analysis for the different ways these human-machine teams can manifest. Human-machine teams are going to touch every single element of military operations, because essentially we're thinking about artificial intelligence as a way to augment military operations today, and intelligent operations for that matter. And one of the key things to think about when we're talking about AI is it's fundamentally enabler. It is like electricity. It can enable all sorts of things we do within a military context. So we can think about the use of AI to help intelligence analysts gather information, to produce intelligence reports, to red team those reports. Within a command and control center, we can have AI acting as a decision support tool where it can be going through information, culling it, presenting that information in a way that's much more reliable for the military commander, and it helps the commander grapple with things like information overload. Obviously, we can see it being used in different constructs. So already we are using robotic tools to work alongside soldiers to carry, tons and tons of weight when they're forward deployed. You could see them, operating alongside airmen as a loyal wingman. I mean, essentially anything you can think about, we can see there are applications for human machine teams. So I honestly just think it's just, we're limited by our own creativity.
Yeah, and I think to follow on, I think we've seen for a very long while that any strategic document that you read that comes from DoD sort of professes that in the future, uncrewed systems, autonomous systems will be ubiquitous in the battlefield environment. We're seeing in Ukraine the adoption of sort of systems and technology that were not in frequent use before this conflict started. And so this really is an opportunity for everyone sort of looking on to sort of see things in different scenarios, gather data. And prior to that, we saw a great demonstration yesterday of all of the sort of systems that have sort of been introduced, particularly on the UAV side. And so, this is an expanding space. And I think for anyone who is either not paying attention or doubting where this is going, it's clear now that you will be left behind. And so I think we see now moves to get out in front of this. I mentioned replicator before, and I'll mention it again and again. I don't want to be noun verb replicator, but I think that what that announcement means to the sort of the future posture is really important. What it means to industry folks. I mean, the day that the announcement was made, I think was August 28th. I knew that it was coming a day before, and I started calling people and saying, "Have you heard about this?" And people saying, "No, I hadn't heard." But the day after, everyone had heard, and everyone was sort of making adjustments. And so I think the question now that I'm beginning to explore, and I think we're going to have some things that come out from CSET on this. We've put out a few pieces already. Is really about sort of manufacturing capacity. So once you understand the objective that has been very clearly stated by the Deputy Secretary of Defense, once at the NDIA conference on the 28th, and then a few days later in a follow-up at a meeting that was sponsored by Defense News, you understand the objective, then you can start to sort of peel back the layers on what cost looks like and how many will buy. Then the question is, well, who will we buy it from? Who can actually fit the bill? And we're seeing some conversation about that. I think we've seen the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Dr. LaPlante, make some statements about manufacturing capacity. There are a few other articles that have come out very recently. And so we're starting to look there. But I think that, it's a foregone conclusion. Another example is the Armenian conflict with the Azerbaijanis. I always get that wrong when I try to say it, which the former ARL chief scientist refers to as the drone war. Alex Kotz put out a few articles on, how prevalent the use of drones was in that conflict and what it meant and the sort of the change that it meant for warfare in what was known as the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. And so we've seen now this sort of increase, and I think it was forecast in strategy documents, and we're here. And I think it will only grow more as we go forward in all domains, by the way, not just UAVs.
I'd like to add to that, actually less read than my two PhD colleagues here, but from my operational experience, in 2001, I had the opportunity to stand up our country's first armed UAV capability in Afghanistan, Iraq, and various other locations around the globe. And at that time, that was it. And then we had a couple ISR orbits. And so that was 20 years ago. Look where we are today. So just taking the growth, although it probably should move much, much faster, it's moving very well in the military application because the mission is so important. We have a long ways to go in civil applications because it's difficult for the regulators to understand the trade-off, the benefit side of the house that they don't get any credit for. So I'll get a little bit more into that later. And then following some of what Jen mentioned with the human-machine interface, as we kind of move forward, that's on the societal side. You know, where we start seeing UAS being used today is really purely as a sensor, not ISR sensor, power line inspections, going up and down towers, where you risk a lot less in life, you know, of putting people up on those towers. And if you've ever seen a video of a power line inspection or seen the people actually getting out onto the wires and doing stuff, it's crazy. And we have approximately 50 accidents a year doing power lines inspections when there's absolutely no need for that because it could be purely automated and moving on. But then we move from that to doing some of those kind of human machine interface, working together on some of these tasks. And how does that look and how do we grow that? And then society really needs to understand that some of these benefits. So it's not the drones that I flew that are spying on you, ready to shoot you with a missile. But as we move them out into first responders, so the society can see the benefit on your worst day, your house is on fire, your dog's lost in the woods. You can get a search and rescue, multiple drones flying out there to help law enforcement or fire or rescue, save your home, save your family, at least save life, if not property. We see this in wildfire fighting. Probably the most risk-taking, but risk-averse to change is the fire jumpers who go in and work wildfire fighting because their life, just like the military, is it's such risk that they count on their teammates. New technologies are seen as very questionable till they can prove themselves. But there is a great opportunity to bring in where you're less concerned about losing a drone, but we got to build confidence and trust in those kind of things. So societally, we have to kind of make that flip and show the whole of society that these autonomous systems are generally a good thing. There's some real challenges, though. We talked a little bit yesterday, is this revolutionary or evolutionary? In some ways, like we're seeing with the strikes now, as we move to electric vehicles and changes in electrification, automation, that our job structures and workforce has to be trained differently and adjusted. And then my final point that I want to make on this is we're behind. And you know that already. Inherently, we are behind. I work constantly trying to work standards around the globe as a response to China and where they are in this space. Right now, the government has gone forward and said, hey, and many states have said, we will not have Chinese products flying around for very good reasons. But then you go to the US industry and it's not there. It doesn't have the sensors, it's too expensive. So we have some serious catching up to do as we move forward. And we got to overcome that challenge because if industry is not there, that's a national security risk that we have to fix.
Yeah, thanks. That leads to my next question, which is related to that. And I want to ask, to what extent do you think UAV technology outpaced legislation? So we can start with Jennifer again from that side.
So a lot of the advancements when it comes to autonomous systems are happening in the private sector. It's moving incredibly quickly, and it's moving much faster, I'd say, than policy generally. And so there's, I guess, a few different ways to break this down. One is to look at policy around acquisitions. Another one is to look at policy around research and development. And then the final one, I think, is to look at policy around talent. When we're thinking about what should we be doing from a policy standpoint to kind of maintain pace with our competitors. Lux brought up China for an example. So one is the acquisition side. Anyone that's been in and around the defense beltway knows that one of people's favorite things to do is to bring up the acquisition system as something that is this like Byzantine bureaucratic beast that's very difficult to work through. There has been a lot of efforts to change that, to create these middle tiers of acquisitions that are meant to be much more easy to use than traditional FAR-based, so federal acquisition regulation, acquisition pathways. When we look at things like research and development funding, so RDT&E funding, that is where I think a lot of the money will initially go to industry to drive these future advancements in human-machine teams and autonomous systems. And a lot of that money is early stage, basic and applied research. Now, what's interesting is when you look at RDT&E funds, the majority of it, over 80%, is still FAR-based. It's still based in federal acquisition regulations. That is not because policy isn't there to provide people a vehicle. It's because our acquisition professionals haven't necessarily realized that those contract vehicles to take advantage of other transaction authorities are there. So we're starting to see that with the Army on the cyber side. So at least when it comes to acquisitions, I think actually pathways do exist. This is an education problem and not necessarily a policy problem now. So then if we talk about AI development and R&D spending, that's the next one I'd say that we need to be thinking about. In the next 10 years, China is going to be outspending us from a research and development standpoint when it comes to AI. That's just a fact. Now, the government has invested significant money in AI research and development. Eric Schmidt, I believe, he was talking to the last administration and they asked him, how much should we spend on AI R&D? And he said to the government, double your spending, then double it again, then come and talk to me. This is the Eric Schmidt's with Google. And so we did put significant funding into AI, but we cut S&T funding at the same time. Now, if AI is an enabler, it's going to be enabling every single type of capability that we're talking about from a science and technology standpoint. So if we want to compete with China or with potential, other adversaries from an S&T and a research and development standpoint, we need to be upping research and development spending across the S&T enterprise and not just within AI. I'd say the third one comes down to talent. So the Chinese government has long prioritized scientific talent. They have this program called the 1,000 Talents Program, where they're trying to lure back Chinese students to China through incredible pay, bonuses, research funds, lab space, grants, all sorts of stuff. They recognize that talent is critical to compete with the US. Now, during the Cold War, we used immigration policy as a way to compete against the Soviet Union. We need to be thinking very strategically about how we use immigration policy today as a competitive angle against the Chinese, because they are thinking about that very, very strategically. And when you talk to AI-based scientists or AI and ML scientists, they'll tell you that one of their biggest challenges when it comes to hiring is oftentimes immigration reform. So getting things like J1s and things like that. So I'd say those are the three things we could be thinking about from a policy standpoint if we want to compete.
Yeah, all really good. I was actually taking notes because I'm just going to piggyback. I agree 110% with you on everything that you said, and especially the part about the innovation ecosystem and the fact that people hammer the acquisition process all the time. The horse blanket, people always show you that. I'm actually very fascinated with that process. And I think when Katrina McFarland was the acquisition executive of the Army, she addressed the entire sort of acquisition community in the Army and once said that, it is possible to innovate within the acquisition authority. It just takes a willing champion who's a senior person who has the understanding to do that. And I think we saw in the sort of administration of Ellen Lord, when she was the acquisition executive for DoD, these sort of middle tier acquisition authorities and some more innovative things, really some innovative things on the software side, sort of what we refer to as this sort of BA-8 funding, and then some other sorts of regulations that came out there, and other transactional authorities. So there is plenty of, I think, innovation on the acquisition side that can be done. But the critical thing, and there is a report that came out from CSET before I was there, that refers to this notion of ending innovation tourism, I think is the title. I think the critical thing is that the innovation ecosystem is completely separate from the acquisition and procurement chain of command. And so we've now stood up within DoD this very vast innovation ecosystem. I just received recently a sort of a view of the org chart of all the innovation ecosystem, and it doesn't go on an 8.5 by 11 sheet. It's a 8.5 by 14. I mean, it's very, very vast. And I looked at that, and in the context of innovation adoption, thought, for a non-traditional DoD partner that comes into one of these offices, has a great engagement, and maybe even gets some funding, there is no pathway out of that to the top that a small non-traditional company can even navigate. I mean, I know the pathways because I've been there for 20 years, but a non-traditional partner. And then if you even navigate to the top, you're still not talking to someone who has an acquisition authority. And so this is a critical problem. We have folks engaging us at DoD through this innovation ecosystem that is in many ways disconnected from the acquisition authority. So that is really the crux of innovation adoption. We have commercial partners that are doing this development. How do we now get them into the acquisition side? The other side of that, when I talk to these non-traditional business partners, who are doing amazing work, and what they're really doing when they're maturing this technology outside of the traditional R&D space is they're de-risking. They're buying down the risk for DoD that DoD used to have to assume. But when they show up with this technology, and I've asked many of them, how do you imagine that we'll buy that? I had one person from a venture-backed company tell me, well, if DoD really likes my product, they could just buy my company and own the company. And I said, well, it doesn't work that way. And I tried to explain, and they said, well, you don't understand. We're going to find someone else to talk to. That's what they told me. Like, we'll find someone else to talk to. So this issue around innovation adoption really comes down to this separation and the funding that Jennifer was referring to, that's on the RDT&E side, that's really not connected. On the talent side, this is a very, very critical issue, and clearly any data or statistics you look at will show that numbers-wise, we're being outpaced by capable near-peer adversaries, particularly China. And there is a gap in the numbers of publications that are coming out, the number of graduates. And I was looking at that recently because, particularly, I'll just take one particular area in nanotechnology, for example. The United States, back around 2001, declared we're going to go, full force into nanotechnology. And around that time, nano was the big thing. Around 2003, there was legislation enacted. 2004, the National Nanotechnology Initiative was stood up. And if you look out, you start to go further out. I found this report from Congressional Research Service that sort of declared by about 2014 or so, we had now invested about $19 billion. And that report says the United States is now a leader in nanotechnology. But if you look at the publications in open literature, by that time, the U.S. does show leadership, but the Chinese are far outstripping us, even back in 2014. But if you go further back, in 1987, the Chinese declared, we shall make nanotechnology a priority. In 1997, they then declared, we shall double down in nanomaterials, and carbon nanotubes was a big area where they would focus. And so you see this huge uptick. And it's really sort of on both sides, an acknowledgement of the power of sort of national level decisions about how to invest. But we are in a position where the quantity on the other side is challenging. But we have to really double down in quality, right? And this is where we have shown leadership in the history, our legacy is around innovation. And as we think about sort of upping the numbers, I think we have to very steadily maintain an eye on quality, because that is where we'll win. We may not ever win in quantity, and that's just a numbers game. But we do have the history, really, the legacy of leading in quality. So when we look at these great commercial firms that are doing this great work, we need to find a way to support them. We need to find a way to bring their technology in as capability, because that's the quality advantage. And that's what we will always maintain, in my opinion, as we go forward. So yes, I mean, legislation is behind. And I think I think that in terms of legislation, I do sometimes worry that, these new issues coming before legislative bodies that may not be technology experts and may not have that necessary expertise, but are under pressure now to do something. We've got to have legislation. And this gets back to this whole issue of we've got to lock it down. We've got to ban it. We've got to control it. And I hope that we think measure twice and cut once as we do this, because if we put things in place that handcuff us early on, they'll be hard to fix later on. And we will miss windows of opportunity because we have limited ourselves, even if we fix it somewhere down the road. I'll stop there.
Thanks.
So I'll take a slightly different track here. And before I start on it, I own this problem. So it's on me and the Assure organization that works to support the FAA, NASA, the government, and then industry in general. But we have at the regulatory level, we have a leadership problem. Well, and I'll start with the FAA has not have an administrator that's been approved by Congress for over a year and a half. People are bailing out the doors. Interim leaders are coming and going. They're focused more on their next opportunities. But there's a strong core inside the FAA in particular that really does want to try to make things happen, but the bureaucracy is heavy. And it's very, very difficult for the FAA currently to move risk-averse organization anyway, right? They want to keep the airspace very important. And they'll tell you, we have the safest airspace system in the whole of the United States and the world, and safety has to come first. So what that has created, and as there's some military in the room and others, leaders make decisions understanding the mission and risk. Your attorneys, your general counsel minimize risk. They look at a problem from a risk-based solution. And what has happened inside the FAA, it's being driven by their general counsel to everything that's currently going on in the FAA. So a decision moves forward, everybody waits for what general counsel says, and we stop. Whatever general counsel says happens. So just to give it a little vignette with that on kind of how crazy this situation has come, Congress has given the FAA for Assure, the research organization, our researchers, our industry partners, to go and work with DHS, where DHS is more looking at the efficacy of counter-UAS systems. Where are they good? Where are they bad? How to integrate them into our airspace system. But the FAA's role is, well, what's the effect on the national airspace? Precision timing, navigation, communications, other aircraft, as these systems are employed. And until we know that, those systems are not going to be allowed to be used in the national airspace system. So this project has been laid on. We started exercising. We went to Alaska to do a pretty intensive DHS work, including some DOD. And the FAA shut down our participation and our portions of the exercise because the general counsel said the FAA has no current authorities to conduct counter-UAS. Of course they don't. DHS does. That's why we have coordinated with DHS to do it. And there was not the leadership to kind of push through this problem. So these are the kind of challenges. We have immense talent out there. We just have to get it employed. And then also at the regulatory level, get people who are smart, who are the program managers to come out so they can teach their bosses that the old way of doing things, understanding safety, can be done in different ways to achieve same levels of safety in the future. So that's a huge one. So what are we doing to fix this problem? Well, fortunately, the administration has nominated a new administrator, and by all looks, this looks like it'll be a good leader who can come in. Congress is pushing for the FAA to reorganize and readjust so it can handle new emerging technologies, including space launch and recovery, these counter-UAS systems, the high-altitude pseudo-satellites. All these kind of things are coming on, and we're kind of frozen in regulation, and they're all currently one-offs, which, again, not good for national security, not good for our military, because it's so hard to get up there or back down that we have difficulties. Moving into autonomy, how do you certify autonomy? Current systems, particularly in DoD, you have a long process of really running software through its legs. But as you look at some of these new UAS systems, they're primarily software. So how do we certify a system and then quickly make changes versus waiting 3 years when we have known problems with the system that the FAA is not ready to accept that autonomy? So we're working on some of those. So what are we doing? That strong inner core group that really does want change has been working with the Shore, been working with Congress to be appropriated funds to actually start tackling these tough issues. Will the FAA accept them? We don't know. The leadership and the rule writers actually accept them. We brought in the Center for Air and Space Law out of Ole Miss University to actually look at gaps in law, to work with Congress on, especially in the counter-UAS, with wiretap, pin trap, Title 18 issues and privacy issues. They're also helping us on all our projects so we can give standards groups and give leadership a cut on language so that we're not just giving them the data, but we can actually do some language. Those are the steps moving forward, but I'm extremely concerned on the pace. And Congress is also, even portions of the White House have also expressed concern. But to try to move this forward is going to take a lot of pressure from society. What's holding up the FAA and the leadership and general counsel is they don't know where our citizens sit in the nation, their comfort and trust in these systems. And so they overregulate, they overprotect because they don't want the lash out of our society. So the more we can continue, even in operations, to generate trust, to get out the information of how autonomy is helping, the UAS is helping. In the Florida hurricane that just recently happened, we had worked for well over a year working with Florida Power and Light to get their waivers and certifications to fly the power lines for inspections after a disaster. And in the event, Florida Power and Light actually executed. There was one situation where one small UAS that they were following up the big ones that were moving up and down the power lines quickly to look at something. It hit a generator and kind of took out power to a community. Of course, that hit the press right away, but it only lasted for a couple hours in the cycle because within just over 24 hours, they had well over 90% of the power back in Florida because they were able to respond much better to the new information. So it's those kind of stories that we got to work to communicate much better so our society understands the civil applications, the military applications, how it saves lives, how it's improving things. It's not perfect. Don't ever expect it to be perfect, but it is, somehow to what level is it improving things going forward?
Thank you. It was a great conversation. So now I would love to open the floor for audiences to ask questions.
Hello. Thank you for your time. That was some very deep thoughts that I probably would have never come up with myself. I ask you, how will you bridge the digital divide with autonomous vehicles for folks like farmers, electricians, plumbers, or sustainable meat production and renewable energy?
I mean, if any of you guys want to answer that, so that would be nice. So when you're asking questions, please, I mean, introduce yourself, and if you have a question from a specific panelist, you mention it, otherwise we'll just ask panelists to answer.
Mic up, yeah. So UAS offers, it's one of the great equalizers. Why countries like Australia with the huge outback, like Appalachia is putting a ton of money and effort into funding. While I'm at Mississippi State as a lead university for ashore, so I get to see what they're doing in precision ag. All these things will, it's not the delivery of your pizza, although there's much more money there probably, or your delivery of, you're out fishing and you need new bait or some beers. It's not that excites me the most. It's in those areas that you just talked about. Precision ag, better ways to manage crops, and then also not over fertilize or pesticides and things like that. It's amazing the level of improvement, and I'm not an expert in this area. They'd show me the charts and how much they're able to produce and the costs decreasing because they're not doing it. And then we don't have the runoff into streams and, poisoning, streams and fish and other wildlife. So those things I think are going to be a big part of the impetus to kind of help us get over with society. It's just harder for society to kind of see some of those things. That's why the big push with the first responders. And I'm less, although we work with New York Fire and Police and CAL FIRE and these big organizations, our biggest concern is how do we get to the whole of the rural United States when you're just one small police department and fire department across the county? How do we get these kind of systems in there so they can leverage all those kind of capabilities? But I think that is a very primary area that's being already addressed.
I would take it to a little bit of what I was talking about earlier and balance in policy, right? I wrote down this quote. Ashley Lawrence, who's a vice president at Microsoft and used to be at Johns Hopkins Applied APO, recently was in a panel where he said, if our collective work in AI and society stops at mitigating harms, then we're really leaving a lot on the table for historically disadvantaged communities. And so if you are a jobs person, we're in a very interesting moment because we have the really explosion of technologies, and I see those through the lens that I'm accustomed to in DoD when we talk about critical technologies, emerging technologies. The Undersecretary of Defense and Research and Engineering has a list of 14 of those. But think about what is happening right now in the CHIPS and Science Act. This is strictly for microelectronics, which is one of the technologies on that list of 14. Congress has appropriated $20 billion to do place-based innovation hubs around the nation, right? And this is strictly in the area of microelectronics. But what that will do, or gives the possibility to do, is to think about areas around the nation that have been, less included, under invested areas, where you could take these types of place-based innovations and technology and really, change the complexion of communities. And we've seen that. Years ago, when the National Robotics and Engineering Center started in Pittsburgh, it was started by Carnegie Mellon. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania gave them a tract of land in a sort of, deserted area in Pittsburgh, a small federal grant. 25 years later, the National Robotics and Engineering Center is the centerpiece of Robotics Row in Pittsburgh. And we know this is a dense collection of robotics companies that is the envy of the world. That neighborhood, the Lawrenceville neighborhood, is the hottest real estate market in Pittsburgh. The income in that neighborhood increased threefold, 61% increase in population in that neighborhood. And when I visited there not too long ago, I was being given a tour, and the tour guide kept saying these were rusted out steel mills, he kept saying. And I said, well, where were the rusty steel mills? Because when you go there now, you see these gleaming buildings. There are all these innovative companies there. And, he said, all of it, this was all deserted. And it's really hard to believe, but over the course of 25 years, you saw this incredible transformation of that Lawrenceville neighborhood. I found some of the original sort of PowerPoint documents from when they started the National Robotics Center. Nothing there said anything about community or economic development. It was simply about developing robotics technology and robotics curriculum, because at the time in the early 90s, colleges didn't really even have curriculum in robotics. And so the goal was to advance robotics technology and to develop curriculum. But along with that came this tremendous sort of economic development. The question becomes, were the original inhabitants of the Lawrenceville neighborhood shareholders in the prosperity? And there's no real data around that. So the point that you're making about folks who are in areas or professions that we would not consider related to technology. They may be in parts of the country that have not been a part of the Silicon Valley sort of revolution. But now, with this explosion of technology, we really have the opportunity to be intentional about including more folks, because we need the numbers, and including those folks will lead to the type of stability that supports national security, whether that's economic stability, political stability, social, civil. And then there is the sort of the other specter that we're in this moment where technology really is going to become a part of professions that haven't been technical before. And that can be intimidating. And we talk all the time about upskilling, but there is an opportunity to be intentional in a way that really creates jobs and opportunity, versus the specter that we always hear about, is that AI is going to kill jobs. Well, AI can be a force multiplier. It can be an enabler and actually create jobs if we're intentional about it.
So I completely agree with my two colleagues. So I'm just going to add something very short. So I'm incredibly optimistic when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence to bridge the digital divide. And part of it comes down to what we're talking about from a technology standpoint in the first place. So unlike, past kind of technical innovations, which were primarily grounded in hardware, where you had to go to a factory and it was quite expensive to develop, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're fundamentally talking about software. And if we look at machine learning, typically when we're talking about machine learning, we're talking about training or inference. So when it comes to training, that is expensive. You're relying on mass amounts of compute to train an algorithm. So that's expensive. Once you train that algorithm, you're looking at inference. You're looking at the use of that algorithm for various purposes. So we're talking about, say, that farmer. You can use that AI algorithm for inference, where you have sensors in the ground, sensors on the crops, to provide data and analysis to that farmer in much more powerful ways to increase crop yields. So once an algorithm is developed, you can theoretically democratize it. You can look at open source applications where you're making things much more accessible to a much larger population in a way that you couldn't do typically with hardware. So I'm decently optimistic that there's things that can be done, and we can touch communities that haven't been touched before in these really novel ways.
Thank you. So you can ask your question. Go ahead.
Morning. My name is Jeremy Kurz. I work at AFSOC. I appreciate the discussion today on how policies can sometimes be barriers to innovation. And I want to offer a very specific example that I've dealt with and get your thoughts on it. So this policy is the DoD's implementation of Section 848 of the 2020 NDAA. And for those not familiar, that law basically says that the DoD can't use any UAS that contain Chinese or Russian critical components, which on its surface sounds like a fine law until you realize that you go into any SCIF in America and our computers are full of GPUs made by NVIDIA in China. So that law seems kind of silly when you think of it in that context. But the DoD's implementation went way beyond just the law. And it basically put a blanket ban on units using any kind of UAS that are not on the approved blue UAS list. And even if you want to take those UAS and modify them in any way, you have to go through a lengthy review process. And I've gone through that process. I've gotten additional UAS, commercial UAS approved. I do not wish that process on my worst enemy, maybe China, but that is a terrible process and it's not worth the time. So I just want to offer that up and ask, should Congress consider repealing a law like that? Or should they consider, when they do make a law like that, putting constraints on how the DoD implements that law so they don't go beyond the scope and then hamper our ability to innovate? Thank you.
I, like you, have lived that process. The unfortunate thing is I'm being filmed, so I'm going to be really careful about how I talk about that process. Because at the time, I was the director of Vehicle Technology Directorate in the Army Research Laboratory, and we had researchers that were doing all sorts of great work with all sorts of people using all sorts of, flying platforms. I think in the intro, Armand mentioned that within Army Research Laboratory, I stood up a robotics research campus, which when I started, it was a 14-acre site. And then it became a 200-acre site. Now it's a 700-acre site with all sorts of wooded forest, trails, there's shoreline, and we own the airspace above it. And the reason that we set that site up was because it gives us an opportunity to really collect unique data sets that will be curated. And of course, data is the new oil, data is gold. So we really put ourselves in a position where we were an agency not an agency, a laboratory that worked with partners who really we would fund them to do work with us. But once we had this site and we were creating this curated data, I had professors tell me I'll work for free for data, right? And so it put us in this really interesting position, but then came this regulation. And there was a waiver process for us where we had to go to very high levels in Army, headquarters to get this approval. It was very restrictive, and this is the reason why living through that is the reason why I listen to the discussions now, and with great trepidation, I guess is the word, because everyone is saying do something, do something, do something. And we've seen what the something has looked like before, right? And to your point, it puts us in a position where, you wouldn't wish it on the worst enemy, but I mentioned Alex Cott before, the former chief scientist of Army Research Laboratory. I'll never forget, we were in an executive level meeting in a conference room, beautiful view high up, and we were bickering about something. And when it came his time to talk, he said, I wonder if science leaders in China are sitting in a conference room arguing over issues as mundane as this. And it really brought sort of a very serious tone to the conversation. And that's really, I think, what we have to start to think about when we want to do the right thing. I'm not saying that Congress is not trying to do the right thing, or that anyone who is a regulator is not trying to do the right thing, but it's not that there's a war coming. We are in competition. It has begun. And our competitor is extraordinarily capable. Any statistic you look at, you will come away, I think, with the conclusion that we're being outpaced. And I don't care what statistic you pick. And so when we start to think about how we're regulating these tools that will become our advantage in maintaining technological dominance, I'm very worried, right? And I want folks who have that responsibility, who are trying to do the right thing, to really, the best thing I can say to them is, again, this old analogy, measure twice, cut once, right? Before you go, be sure. And the concerning thing is that they do have their own experts that they're listening to. People are always constantly coming in. But I am, encouraged by the fact that there's a lot of testimony going on now. Folks are taking in a lot of information. We have now folks saying, some plans are developing. But I think we've shown in some cases, I will give DoD credit, because the way that the implementation was done, we did have to get the waivers, and it was really difficult. But the Blue UAS program in DIU, I consider a success, because out of that program, you do have now one of those small UAV companies that is now moving to actually being a procurement program in the Army, with Skydio providing the short-range reconnaissance small UAS. So there is success there. But I share your concern, and I hope that in this sort of rush to do something, that we can really focus on doing the right thing. But, it remains to be seen.
Sometimes legislatures and legislators are not very nuanced. So very much agree with what we just heard there. I'm constantly given legislation, to try to cut on and capture and catch some of these kind of things, because I believe Congress has realized they've overstepped. But when they first look at this kind of stuff, they go, "Oh, great, work development. Now we have to build this capability for UAS and these new technologies in the United States." So some positive reasoning went behind it, but it went too far. Your house is on fire. There's a large fire in downtown New York City in a high rise, and New York Fire Department uses the drones to the command center where the chief is to look at the heat. And do we care if that's a DJI drone in that moment? Maybe if it's a nuclear plant with a turbine overheat that's going and we have the drone flying around, or it's a military application, do we care there? Probably. So it's much more nuanced, and we need to start taking, like we do with everything else that we do in technologies, is develop risk-based approaches to look at large categories to improve things. First responders are totally different, but in some states they're requiring, blue list drones, and that, and all the drones they've already purchased have to be, thrown out. It doesn't pass the logic test. So I think it's a risk-based solution. The positive, I think, that's coming out of this is our industry is being forced to catch up. And that's always a good thing, that we're relying on our national industries to take care of this problem. We're counting on you. National security is counting on you. Public safety is counting on you. Go do this, and if you do it well, you'll make a good profit in the process.
Thank you. Do you have any comments on that?
Sure, I guess I can just add one short thing, because I think my co-panelists answered this question well. What worries me about this is that we might be regulating things to the point where we're inhibiting our warfighters' innovation and kind of adaptation space in and around technologies. So when we think about a potential future fight in the Indo-Pacific, what's going to matter what typically matters is the correlation of force in a key region. And that correlation of force, because we will be operating in China's near abroad, may not be in our favor. So then you have to ask yourself, what is going to give us that competitive advantage? And it's going to be our creativity, our adaptability, our people, and how we've operationally and organizationally innovated around those technologies. So in the security studies literature, that is what a typical revolution in military affairs is meant to be. It's not a technology on its own, it's a technology with an organizational and operational innovation around it. So if we are constraining people from thinking creatively about how they can use UASs today for tactical or operational adaptation, how they can use AI for new organizational kind of constructs or operational constructs, we are hamstringing ourselves for that future potential fight. So that is just the one thing I would offer.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Heidi Schreck. It's on? Okay. I'm Heidi Schreck. I'm with Soxant, and my question is more geared towards the trust building out with AI in particular. So when I think about it, we go back and typically advancements in technology also comes with an advancement in the counter to that technology. So missiles get faster and better, and so does the missile defense systems that counter them. Small UAS started becoming very commercially available, and the concerns with like they're going to fly over airfields, military bases, my backyard. The counter UAS systems then started to become more of a, not just a more advanced technology, but then more available to the basis of those concerns. When we talk about AI and anything from questions of academic or professional integrity with like ChatGPT that you see in the news a lot right now, or any other implications of how that AI can be used, do you feel like there is sufficient development, not just on using the capability of AI for new advancements, but also the counter to AI, and can we turn it off? Can we stop it? Can we see if this is AI or not? Do you feel like that's being appropriately paced with the advancing technology on the user side?
Is something in the security studies literature, which is called the offense-defense balance. It's that kind of tit for tat from a development standpoint. I think there's two different ways to look at this. So one is, what do we mean when we talk about trust? And people typically talk about calibrated trust. So it's calibrating trust in a machine where you recognize that machine's system, its limitations. So what is that right amount of trust? And when I've talked about this to people in the past, and forgive me for this like really ridiculous analogy, I oftentimes like to talk about The Office. So there's this amazing episode where America's most hapless manager, Michael Scott, he's using a GPS system, and he's driving along and he's listening to the GPS, and it's telling Michael Scott to turn right. And Dwight Schrute's like yelling at Michael Scott saying, "Do not turn right, you are gonna turn right into a pond." And Michael Scott's saying, "Hey, no, it's telling me to turn right, so I'm gonna turn right." And lo and behold, he ends up in a pond. Now, this sounds like a really ridiculous story, but the problem is in the past, we have trusted technology too much. So for instance, in 2003 with our Patriot missile system, one of the operators trusted the system too much. He or she did not question the system information, and it ended up resulting in fratricide in Iraq. So you have to understand that system's limitations, which is why trust calibration is so important, and why it's so important for people to have extensive experience operating with that technology, which gets to, I think, the second point of your question, which kind of comes down to, all right, well, what does that tit for tat look like, and what are those kind of counter UAS kind of capabilities? And I know Lux is going to have a lot to say about this. And we've been talking a lot on this panel about the positive elements of these kind of uncrewed systems. What we do have to realize is that AI, as it remains right now, narrow AI, is incredibly brittle. So for instance, if I have a training data set where I'm training a uncrewed system in the deserts of California, and then I use it in a urban environment in the winter in Massachusetts, the performance of that uncrewed system is going to significantly go down, or it could fail. And then we think about warfare. Well, warfare is replete with the unexpected. It's full of fog and friction. So our ability to understand what that might do, it could still fail in kind of unexpected ways. So we have to be very smart about, testing these capabilities to its limits, putting a human alongside that uncrewed system in multiple different scenarios, so that human isn't expecting that machine to be perfect, because it never will be. We should also remember humans are never perfect, but that you understand that system's limitations, so that also it's predictable, so that if that machine is sabotaged or subverted by an adversary, you also understand that it's not operating the way you expect as well. So I'll just offer that before.
You want to? Real quick, because we had much discussion over this topic the other day, and what I liken it to in my experience is, you think of flying, a formation of flight, and we know who's good at what because we experience together. We fly in all kinds of different environments. What Jen and I got into a discussion about, what's lacking in my parlance right now is the debrief. we don't have the ability that I know of at an operational level, an understanding level of, let's say, a pilot. We're doing drones. I have my trusted wingman flying with me, and the trusted wingman can probably give me more feedback on areas with sensors on me. You know, Jen educated me on this, that could tell me that I was inefficient. You know, I'm stressed out here in this decision. You know, why did you make this decision versus another decision? AI is good at that, but I can't get, and if I'm the flight lead, I need to understand my trusted wingman on what are they doing? Why did you do that? Why did you perform? Why did, you know, or just different phases of flight when things went well, you know, that feedback loop to really understand each other so that when you're actually operating as a team or you're a commander that has AI as part of its team, the commander understands the strengths and weaknesses and can determine the risk that he or she is willing to take going forward using AI. That, I think that feedback loop somehow, I'm not smart enough to figure it out, but that's what I see lacking as an operator.
Yeah, and I would add, it's very interesting in your question, you said the term, can we see, right? And this is sort of what Lux is talking about. In my last DoD job, I was in the Pentagon as the principal director for autonomy. And when I took that job, my first meeting with the undersecretary, which was 2 weeks into the job, she said, come up here and tell me what you have on trust and trusted autonomy. And so I started calling my colleagues who were in the DoD autonomy enterprise and saying, hey, what do we have? Because I had been in the community for a very long time. And from my perspective, we weren't really talking about trust that much as a thing. I knew we had stuff going on in TE and V&V, as we call it, test evaluation, validation, and verification. In other words, we had taken sort of this trust problem and sort of relegated to the test and evaluation community and said, hey, this is a testing thing, right? So, you know, when I went to talk to the undersecretary, that's the way that I talked about the problem. And she said to go figure out where the gaps are and, you know, how do we need to think about this problem. So I started an initiative in that office, which I called Optima, Operational Trust and Mission Autonomy. And we were really looking at when we have human machine teams in complex environments where the risk is, you know, always changing, you know, how can we ensure that the soldier will trust the machine, the autonomous teammate, right? And, you know, as far back as the summer study that the Defense Science Board did on autonomy, which is, you know, the study is from 2015, 2016, there's an entire chapter in that study on trust. And, you know, my boss at the time when I was in the Pentagon, his name is Maynard Holliday. He's still there. He's the Assistant Secretary for Critical Technologies. And he said he was in the room when that summer study was briefed out to combatant commanders. And the general consensus was, this stuff's great, but, you know, I don't trust it, right? A few years later, well, in 2020, the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board did a study on unintended behaviors. And in both the DSB chapter on trust, and then the Air Force later said, we need to have sort of a real-time capability, right? A runtime, some sort of assurance that's runtime, you know, to understand and be able to trust these systems. The latest sort of statement about real-time, runtime, and monitoring, I'll use the word monitoring, when the State Department put out their statement on responsible use of autonomy and AI, there's a bulleted list of things we need to do to ensure responsible use. And down there in that list is a bullet that talks about monitoring, right? What I did in the SS Optima initiative is started to talk to people about, well, why don't we have some way to, you know, to be able to monitor? And people say, well, you can't tell what neural networks are doing. Okay, that's a given. And all the explainability conversations about the fact that we can't understand what neural networks are doing or predict but these machines are actually operating in an environment and they are creating data. And in fact, when they're with a human, there's data being created. So I want to piggyback on what Jennifer was talking about synthetic environments. So if you think about the fact that when we're talking about an autonomous system, what autonomy is saying that within some bounds determined by a user, we're going to allow this machine to make decisions, but within bounds. Right? That's the essence or definition of autonomy that I borrowed, in fact, from Paul Charest's book, Army of None. And so in that sense, then, when I hear what Jennifer is talking about, it really, takes me back to the things that we were doing there, because there's something called an assurance case. The IDA did a great report on insurance cases. And the reason I'm throwing out these names is so that you can go find these reports, by the way, in which they talk about sort of creating these structured sort of questions, and within those saying, well, what can the system do? And if we can say that it's okay to operate within this structured environment, then we can be, we can trust the system. Well, so think about then what Jennifer is talking about. She's saying that in a synthetic environment, we can run through millions of scenarios and sort of measure the human and the machine together to develop what I call quantifiable metrics, right? And so now if we know in the scenario, and this was what Optimal was all about, if we know in the scenario what our operational objective is, we can define what is mission success and run the scenario and sort of look at the human-machine interaction in the scenario and develop some sort of parameters, some metrics. And those metrics then, they don't become the trust, but they're proxies for trust. They're the conditions that we need for trust. And I think Jennifer has talked about, taking physical measurements and using those physical measurements, in real time. And so what we talked about in Optimal was if we can do that in these assurance cases, if we can know what these quantifiable metrics are, then those are the things we measure as proxies for trust. And so you can imagine then in a scenario, if those things become out of balance, we don't have the condition of trust we need for operational success. And so we talked about this as sort of quantifiable metrics associated with operational effectiveness. And once you start to talk that language, you can now talk to an acquisition person, right? And say you now have some objectives for operational effectiveness. You have some KPPs, KSAs, all those things. And you have objectives and thresholds. And our metrics now can be spoken in that language to a sort of an acquisition program. So now we can talk to folks who are going to buy autonomous systems about their operational objectives and devolve that into quantifiable metrics for trust. So we can now build in trust into how you're acquiring autonomous systems. The goal of the Optimal program. Now, this program now exists within Test Resource Management Center, and they're actually running pilots. I really want to introduce Jennifer to those folks, because the pilots that they're trying to run is they're taking things into live constructive experiment environments to start to develop, what do some of these metrics look like? And now once you have those metrics, can you talk about those in terms of operational effectiveness? Can you now translate those into the language that an acquisition manager would be able to use to now say, as I buy my autonomous system, I have a way to say that I'm buying trust with it. Trust is now a commodity that I'm buying. And this is the way we started to sort of think about the problem. And the program transitioned over, and there's some pilots being run now. But I think that some of the pushback that I received was people said, "Oh well, as younger folks come in, they'll trust technology more, so we don't have to worry about that. They'll just trust it more." Other people said, "Well, just train on it until you have trust." But what we've seen in Ukraine is that new technologies are being introduced in high-risk environments where we're at now the pace of the fight. And is there time for training when new technologies are coming? So to your point, can we put in monitoring around metrics that can allow us to understand the sort of state of the conditions that we need for trust and connect that to operational effectiveness? So my vote is for having these quantifiable metrics. My vote is for doing more of the work that Jennifer is doing, so that those metrics then can be built into how we design the system, deploy the system, use the system going forward.
Jarrett and Jen, you guys are killing me, because here we go again, technology outpacing regulatory framework. So I'm going to need your help in the safest national airspace system in the world. How do I build a regulatory framework and language around that. That's the challenge.
Sounds like a good one, right? And a marketable one.
Sounds great. So I just want to add two comments. One of them to answer your question from my own point of view, made in China. So I was a lead engineer in a company like almost 10 years ago. And we wanted to make a product from 0 to 100, and we wanted to call it Made in USA. Like we did everything that we wanted, and we did a lot. It took 2 years for us to make that product, and it took a long time. We were like several engineers working all together. We even made the processors by ourselves. At the end of the day, when we finished that, we wanted to sell it, obviously, right? But the product that we made, it was a machine-to-machine product. It was 3 times higher than the same one that was made in China. So I'm just putting it there because I don't want to say that regulation is not okay or it should be changed. I just want to say that probably we need to go back a bit more and come up with layers in order to provide all the necessary items or components that we need in order to make everything made in USA. So that's about you. So the comment for you is the way that we are doing the testing and verification of like unmanned aerial vehicles or autonomous vehicles in general, we have, like we say that AI is used in unmanned aerial vehicles or any autonomous systems. So we have an AI that is going to generate scenarios and it's going to generate edge cases. We have another AI that we implemented and it's going to generate cyber attacks and cyber attack or any adversarial issues. We put the human at the middle in order to experience all these distractions or all these scenarios to let the human know that there is not much of trust. So you need to be aware of all these different situations and you have to contract. And we can use that in order to make sure our system or our AI is doing well and is trustworthy, is safe, robust, and resilient. So any other questions from the audiences? Yes.
Yeah, I got another one. Sorry. So I spent the better part of the last 2 years leading a small team that did rapid innovation and rapid prototyping of small UAS and mission-specific payloads. And by virtue of that position, I had a lot of access to different departments, offices within the DoD and across the interagency. And inevitably, every couple weeks, I was surprised by finding another team that was working on something very similar to mine, often completely the same thing. And we had no idea, our higher-ups had no idea that there was so much stovepiping going on. Hopefully this isn't a surprise to a lot of people that work in government. So my question, specifically as it relates to the Replicator initiative, what steps do you think the government needs to take to cut down on those stovepipes and actually synchronize the efforts and all the brain power that we have throughout the government to streamline how we do this development?
All right, noun verb replicator. So it's really interesting because, you know, if you look at the speeches that the Deputy Secretary made, in both of those, you know, I'm obviously biased and a huge fan, but in both of those speeches, she makes some points about what Replicator is. Thousands of drones, multiple domains, 18 to 24 months. But there's also the notion that this will become a way of understanding how to move quickly to adopt technology. And then the replicator is not just replicating drones, but actually replicating processes. And so what we learn in this effort will then translate to others. I mean, so the way that is being set up is that there is a new board that she and the vice chief chair, but a part of that board, there's a working group that the DIU will chair. So the new DIU director is now charged with moving forward to actually operationalize or execute for Replicator. And so the hope that I have is that that part will actually take hold, right? We actually see new things being done, things being tried and experimented with, and having to understand a process that then can be translated to other technologies and to other things that we're doing going forward. I think that with that in mind, there are some, the new DIU director has been talking about, DIU in a new way. So this was DIU 3.0, according to the new director, where 1.0 was sort of developing those relationships. 2.0 was gaining some new authorities and sort of putting out BAAs and learning how to do it. And now 3.0 is how do you do it at scale? And so, not to promote my blog piece, but in my recent blog post, I sort of referred to the fact that, wildly successful replicator will get us 2 years out. Where do we go from there going forward? And there's a potential role for CDAO to play with support from Congress, because it's right there in the, there's language in the appropriations bill. I don't know if it will become law, but with support from Congress to say, CDAO, go out and set up a autonomy enterprise platform, and here are the resources to do that. That notion around autonomy enterprise platform could be a role for CDAO to play in coordinating in the style of replicator, but going forward. What that calls for, it really is what I refer to as a stakeholder evolution. So to get to this point, the key stakeholders are from the leadership of the innovation ecosystem. But now going forward, if we are wildly successful and deploy thousands of these, or field or purchase thousands of these, it's now really on the acquisition leadership and our operational community leadership. And so after Replicator, CDAO could play a role of coordinating between acquisition stakeholders and operational stakeholders in the leadership to take us forward. But this notion of how do we do it, I think what Replicator is designed to do is to say, here's a process, we're doing it quickly, now can we translate that process to other places? So autonomy is the place where they will start, but the notion is 2 years from now, you pivot to something else, taking your processes, using them, refining, getting better at this. And so that part of the Replicator program is just as important as the things that will be bought. Replicator in sort of designing new processes as well.
I guess I'll just build on that very briefly. So one of the good things about the way Replicator's set up and how it's set up with now the Defense Innovation Unit is the head of DIU is now a direct report into the Secretary of Defense, which is a new change as well. So when we look at, drivers of innovation, the role of champions is one thing people look at. And if you've got, the Secretary of Defense watching this very closely as a direct report, that should at least help Replicator succeed in ways that maybe other things may not. I'm torn, to be honest. I know one of the things we like to point at is there's always multiple things going on within the bowels of the Pentagon where they're operating in silos and seemingly everyone's there's different groups doing very similar things. I can understand problems with that, particularly from a taxpayer perspective. And obviously good ideas come from different communities working together. At the same time, there are good instances in the past where inter-service rivalry or intra-service rivalry have been drivers of innovation, where you've seen different things ongoing that are very similar at the same time, and one seems to kind of pull out above the others, and then that technology or that process is the one that you choose to pull forward and replicate. So I guess part of me kind of cautions against the idea of this one place where this would take place, because what if that was not the right technology or process? So sometimes I do think it's beneficial to have kind of these multiple different organizations working in tandem on, the same problem, because out of that diversity, you should have a good idea or a good capability.
Great point.
Thank you. Do you have any additional comments? I think they did a great job. That's great. I think we will almost get to the point of closing remarks. I would like each of the panelists to talk about their closing remarks, and I want them to also think about one topic or one thing that the audiences, when they go back next week to their offices, they can do to ease this process. I give them maybe 5 seconds to
I'm
think.
happy to. I'm just going to do closing remarks on what I want to talk about, to be honest. So yesterday, one of the students from USF asked this question on the cyber side, and it was a very good question. And so I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about cyber and unmanned systems. So when we think about the future operating environment, we all realize that we're going to be operating in this denied and degraded environment that's going to be replete with adversary cyber, electronic, or information-based effects. So any system that we will be deploying will be subject to adversaries' sabotage, espionage, or subversion. Like that is just going to be the kind of state of operations. So there's a few different ways to kind of look at how do you operate in this future environment with uncrewed systems or autonomous systems. So one is to look at the cybersecurity side, the information assurance piece, which is why I thought the student asked a very good question. Now, and I know, Aman, you do a lot of work on this as well. So no system, despite what industry may tell you at times, will ever be entirely cyber secure. Each new update, each change, each new interconnection will breed vulnerabilities in some way, shape, or form. So we are always going to need to focus on the information assurance piece of the systems that we're fielding, but we do need to be aware of that. And then when we think about autonomous systems, this adds greater complexity to it. So within the cyber literature, there's this concept of the cyber capability vulnerability paradox. So the more capable a system, the more exquisite a system, the more vulnerable it will become. And so we have to be aware of that when we field systems. So if no system will ever be entirely cyber secure, and we will focus on the information assurance piece because we have to, what is the way that we're going to maintain mission assurance despite operating in a denied and degraded environment with these exquisite systems? Because we will operate that way. I offer that we need to be thinking about the mission assurance piece. This is part of the reason why I work in my field. So, sorry to hype my own work, but this is another reason why I think, the use of synthetic environments are so important. So when we think about the future of human-machine teaming, or we think about, what gives us an edge in future conflict, I fundamentally believe it's based on our human operators, their ability to be critical thinkers, their ability to be agile. So how do we put them in situations where they are constantly being exposed to these denied and degraded environments, where the information on their platforms is being sabotaged or subverted or denied or degraded, so that they think critically? So that they start to think about, how do I operate, say, when my GPS is out? How do I operate when, for some reason, the system's information doesn't seem to correlate with what I heard or what I'm seeing from other, say, data feeds? We need to instill that creativity in our warfighters, because our systems will be sabotaged, denied, or degraded. So that, I guess, is that's kind of what I want to leave people with, is what does that paradigm shift look like as we move from a paradigm of information assurance to one of mission assurance?
Sounds great, thanks.
Really great. So it's been an honor to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I think, I want to go back to this issue of balance. I want to hit on one thing, though, in the replicator discussion on the issue of attritability. And I think that, we talk about, thousands of drones and purchasing drones, but I think one of the biggest things here is this notion of attritability, right? This attritable, affordable autonomous systems. And, when we hear this attritability, I think we need to sort of make a distinction that it's not just expendable or expendability, right? Because I think people hear attritable and they think kamikaze drone. But when the Deputy Secretary spoke recently, she said, we're talking about systems that, rather than systems we use 30 to 50 years, systems we use 3 to 5 years, right? So that means it's reusable. It's not a kamikaze, it's a 3 to 5 year system. But that has tremendous sorts of consequences for cost, and all sorts of things. Because when we're designing systems that we intend for longer term use, there's all sorts of costs built into that. And so having a system that's a 3 to 5 year use that you're going to move on from really bends the cost curve significantly, but it also is a completely different paradigm than what we have typically operated or how we've typically operated. So this notion of attritability is one to not miss. There's another aspect of attritability to take into account in terms of what it gives us in terms of engaging adversary, right? Because having a massive set of systems that create the dilemma for the adversary sort of says to an adversary, I can take out part of that mass, but the rest of the systems there can complete the mission. And so this creates a sort of deterrent that you would not have otherwise, because then the adversary has to think about how to counter that system or that group of massive group of systems, because you can't take them all out, and just taking out a small bit doesn't necessarily give you advantage. So that's another aspect of this attritability that creates advantage. And so as we think about what Replicator is, it's but there are thousands of attritable systems. And think about what that means in terms of operation, the consequences for that. Really, it's not just a sort of thought exercise, but really a place to think about where there are significant opportunities. And I just want to end on that balance issue again about how we're creating policy. I think we saw another great example yesterday from the keynote speaker, General Dunlap, who was talking about this policy that's been created around UAVs and how it's creating handcuffs. I was, not aware of this, and I continually had to pick my jaw up off of the floor when he was giving his remarks, because I think we've seen enough of the fact that we can cripple ourselves in these technology discussions based on how we advance policy. And the other specter of that is that we really are facing a potential technological overmatch tipping point, where we have that overmatch now, but it could go in the other direction. And when it goes in the other direction, I fear it will go exponentially in the other direction. It won't be something that we can quickly regain. And so as we think then about how we're doing policy, those things about competition have to be at the forefront. And I say that from a defense perspective, but there's also a domestic element of that. The job creation, the stability in economics and other areas that can be created from these technologies really equates back to national security. And so this balance around how we're thinking about policy is extraordinarily important in this moment as we're thinking about what we might do, and there's an urge or push to do something. And so as you go back, I think, if you take that with you, that would be something that I think will serve us greatly in the conversation that is still developing, and we really don't know exactly where it's going, but I think it's to our benefit to end up in a good place on this. And so the balance thing is something I want to emphasize.
Thank you.
As the last panel and the last panelist make a comment, I see kind of a couple things that I need to do. Thank you, some positive words, and then I guess an ask. On the positive note, I've been humbled to sit with my fellow panelists and listen to the speakers over the last 2 days, and it's been absolutely incredible. Thanks for that opportunity, and I think this should continue to work towards solutions in the future. It's been very enlightening. On the positive side, it's that balance we need to move forward. It's not just the risk; it's the rewards. To the students in the room, the world is your oyster. This technology is so new, so nascent. You can take this any direction you want to go. So do it. And like Jen pointed out earlier, it's not just the technology. It's the structure of the organization, its doctrine, its training, it's all of that has to support this thing to really move it forward. So the opportunities, and the innovators in the room to keep that in mind And then to our commanders, same thing, trust, make sure you understand the trust in the system, but then, trust in the youth with some incredible ideas. When I was that commander of that first armed UAV squadron, and they told me, oh, we can fly these things from anywhere in the world, and you don't have to be in the footprint. I was like, you're lying to me. But that's just a little simple step, and they've done so many more things. It's just incredible to let them run, give them the long leash, and then when they're wrong, that's a learning opportunity, not a slap you down. It's okay. So what are you going to do about it? And let's move that stuff forward. My ask is, as we try to operate, and then for military in the room, your training environments, if you want to be stuck in a restricted area and not be able to move these assets around, and also take advantage of all the civil opportunities these things provide you and us as a society, I need help. When you run into roadblocks that are regulatory or standards in nature, I need to hear about them so I can get the funding to go tackle the issue if it's one of the priority issues. But if I don't know, I can't go work those problems on the regulatory front with our FAA, and then increasingly we're supporting regulators around the globe. So that's how I will close. So I'm always open to hear of your issues, your breakthroughs, and happy to work your problems.
Thank you all. So I like the fact that two of my panelists, they mentioned cybersecurity as well. We have a breakout session in the afternoon about cybersecurity and security challenges of autonomous systems, so I hope you can join. With that, I'll close the panel, and I would like you help me to give a round of applause for my panelists.
Well, also, thank you very much to you, Armand, for moderating this great panel. And let me quote Dr. Reddick. It is not that a war is coming, we are in competition now. Now, the question is, have we really accepted this competition? I will not go too much before lunch, but at some points we argue that we really need a strategy for this strategic competition, a whole of government strategy at all levels if we're in this. Well, we're now ready to break until lunch, but please join me back at exactly 1:30 because you do not want to miss our keynote afternoon speaker, Lieutenant General Grinkovich, Commander of AFCENT and Combined Air Force Component Commander for the United States Central Command. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back sharp at 1:30. Can I ask, good afternoon, can I ask everyone to start taking your seat about 1 more minute? So if we're outside getting coffee, can I ask everyone to start taking your seats? We'll be starting about 1 more minute. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Great Power Competition Conference by GNSI. I'm hoping everyone had a wonderful lunch and there were some great conversations. Well, we are incredibly honored now to introduce you this afternoon's keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Alexis Grinkovich. Lieutenant General Grinkovich is the commander of the 9th Air Force Air Center at Shaw Air Force Base, South Carolina, and the Combined Force Air Component Commander for the United States Central Command. In these roles, the general is responsible for developing contingency plans and conducting air operations in 21 nation area of responsibility covering Central and Southwest Asia. Lieutenant General Grinkovich received his commission in 1993 after graduating from the U.S. Air Force Academy. He has served as an instructor pilot, weapons officer, and operational test pilot in the F-16 Fighting Falcon and F-22 Raptor. He has commanded at the squadron, wing, air expeditionary task force levels. His staff assignments include service at Air Combat Command at U.S. European Command, U.S. Central Command, Headquarter Air Force, and the Joint Staff. And I would also like to offer a heartfelt thank you to Lieutenant General Grinkovich, who has been with us with Great Power Competition from day one, and we had a brief conversation over lunch that he was the one actually in his capacity at J3 that approved our project for these conferences. And I'm not sure, General, you this is the fruit of what we started some years ago, and maybe you like to tell your side of the story on how this collaboration started. And I think this is a successful collaboration between two large institutions that usually don't collaborate. This is the academia and the military. So the platform that we have developed is a key to success to this. And also right now with GNSI and General McKenzie, we are ready to take it to the next step. So General Grinkovich, please welcome me. Let's welcome General Grinkovich to speak.
If I'd known I was going to have to come back and speak, I'm not sure I would have approved the conference. But no, it truly has been a great collaboration between U.S. Central Command and USF over the years. And having seen this conference through several iterations, including through COVID, as we were discussing over lunch, it's always a pleasure to participate. It's always a pleasure to see where this can go moving forward. So, hey, good afternoon, and I guess first I do want to say thank you for the invitation to come speak. The team here at the Global National Studies Institute at USF, it's been the little bit of the conference I got to participate in, the panel before lunch, really impressive set of speakers, and I'm sure that that's repeated over and over again. It was also very nice to get to meet some new friends and spend a little time with my previous boss, General McKenzie, at dinner last night. Anyone who knows General McKenzie knows that he is an ardent student of military history. And so I won't give you the full context of the discussion we had at dinner yesterday evening, but he was talking about failed military campaigns and that really a lot more generals need to be fired, which I thought was pretty convenient position to have as a retired general. But it also puts a little bit more pressure on me because he'll tell you retired generals, no one cares what they think, but retired generals do have a lot of influence on what happens to those of us who are still not quite yet retired and what our future looks like. So a little bit more pressure. And if I stumble once or twice, it's because I'm feeling the heat from General McKenzie sitting there over on the side. But sir, thank you. Great to see you again. What I'd like to do today is offer an airman's perspective and really a practitioner's perspective to you on why autonomy is critical to achieving the effects that we want to achieve at Air Forces Central. I'll talk a little bit about how I see that playing out in future conflicts, and I'll also talk about what we're doing today to prepare for those future conflicts, because the future, guess what? It could be 10 years from now, or it could be tomorrow. And that's especially true in the Middle East, a region that's not necessarily known for its stability. At the end of this, I'll conclude with some thoughts on difficult issues that we'll have to face in the ethical realm that I think we do need to navigate through and that we need to think through ahead of time so that they don't catch us unawares at endgame. So I know you heard from Lieutenant General Guillot, the Deputy Commander at U.S. Central Command, earlier in this conference, and he talked a little bit about a guy named Colonel John Boyd and a decision-making model called the OODA loop. Many of you have probably heard of this, but it stands for Observe, Orient, Decide, and Act. And John Boyd was an airman. He came up with this four-step process for decision-making, if you will, as he was exploring how to more quickly and more rapidly make decisions in the realm of fighter tactics, and really in the realm of dogfighting. But what he came up with was later adapted by none less than the United States Marine Corps as they looked to transform how they made decisions, not at the tactical level, but at the operational level of warfare, and how quickly could they go through an OODA loop as they thought about combined arms warfare, fire and maneuver, et cetera. So the theories that he came up with went much further than just dogfighting, if you will. And in that vein, the model is meant to explain how to increase the tempo of decisions so that you can outpace, outmaneuver, and ultimately, of course, defeat an adversary. The objective of thinking through what your decision process is, of thinking through this OODA loop, is to figure out how you can make your decisions faster than your opponent can, compelling them to react to your actions and enabling you to seize the initiative. In short, Boyd argued that speed in decision-making and the pace of your actions could yield a decisive advantage. But what if an adversary that you're facing is not a human? What if it's a machine that's making those decisions? And what if that machine is able to make them orders of magnitude faster than you can, almost instantaneously? Assuming that it makes the appropriate decision at approximately or roughly the same rate as a human, it's likely that the only thing that would be able to get inside that AI-driven OODA loop would be another AI-enabled or automated system going through its own OODA loop. What I would argue is our adversaries understand this, and because of that, they are pursuing this kind of technology with urgency and with ample funding, as we heard about a little bit previous to lunch. And my assertion would be that we cannot afford to stand by and let them bypass us or outflank us in this area. There have been some who've made calls to ban uncrewed or autonomous warfare because of some of the risks that we see inherent in it. But these technologies are coming to a battlefield near you, whether we want them to or not. And I'd argue in many ways, they've been present on that battlefield for a long time already. There's more continuity in the history of warfare than discontinuity in my mind. We've been developing autonomy in airmen's terms for over 100 years. Started with a Gatling gun as we mounted that on our aircraft, where the gun automatically or autonomously loaded the next bullet so that the human didn't have to. As the fighter community moved from guns to missiles as a primary air-to-air weapon, what we really did was assign part of the mission chain, the targeting and killing in this case, to an autonomous kamikaze wingman. And that would be the missile that we're shooting. That missile is early on was short range, but today your medium and long range missiles can fly autonomously well beyond visual range, making decisions about when to engage, how to fly at the end game, how to intercept, etc. So moving the point of autonomy from an airman's perspective to other concepts such as an arsenal plane, a longer range air-to-air weapon or an air-to-ground weapon, or even an unmanned collaborative combat aircraft merely extends the logic that fighter aviation has used since the advent of the missile age. What we face today is autonomy in the kill chain moved even further back. We now see the responsibilities previously reserved only for humans, such as who to target and who to kill, potentially being given to a machine. I'd argue your US Air Force is in a good position, and maybe even a unique position, to capitalize on these kinds of technologies. The ranges that new weapons possess and the range from which they can extend their lethality naturally leads to a focus on uncrewed platforms to provide more range, not just to our own weapons, but as a way to decrease the risk to human life. The speed of warfare at the tactical and the operational level has increased as those ranges have increased all the way back to World War II. And this was really part of what Boyd thought about and what was a stimulus for his thinking through the OODA loop. The initial theories of fighter combat, again, had much broader applications. So he thought of these 50 years ago, the Marine Corps adopted them about 40 years ago. And today we see the trend continues, potentially even outpacing human capability. One problem that we may face as we adapt these new technologies and as our adversaries adapt these new technologies, they may not share the same ethical values that we do when they're integrating artificial intelligence onto their weapon or their weapons. We, in my view, must resist the urge to engage in a race to the bottom and employ our own moral restraint. And we've got to keep that as the bedrock upon which we build the foundation of our doctrine and approaches to using these weapons. But before I get into that, I'd like to share my view as to why autonomous systems are worth pursuing, what advantages they bring to the battlefield, and why, despite this moral hazard, we need to think about how to take advantage of them. AFCENT, as I mentioned, is already taking advantage of several of these opportunities, and I'll talk through that here in the coming minutes as well. So let's start with why this conversation is worth having at all. To do this, I'll lean on some work I did about 5 to 7 years ago, looking at air superiority in the 2030 timeframe and what capabilities the US Air Force would need to develop to be successful in gaining the degree of control in the air that we would need to generate effects from the air domain. The quality and duration of the time that we control the air in the future, I would argue, is going to be different than what we've experienced in the past 20 or 30 years. In future large-scale conflicts, air superiority is likely to be a temporal condition over just a discrete piece of geography, a discrete space that'll enable other effects either by the Air Force or other services in the Joint Force. Achieving air superiority in the future will require, in my view, an integrated and networked family of capabilities comprised of both standoff and stand-in assets. Stand-in assets, in layman's parlance, are those that seek to operate inside the range, inside the threat range of enemy defenses, such as penetrating bombers, stealth fighters, and those sorts of things, while standoff assets try to stay outside those defenses, sending longer range weapons in instead. In either case, the weapon or the thing that is flying into that defended area is gaining air superiority. This is one of the paradoxes of warfare, though. If we just focus on one element of this, if we just focus on building stealthy things that can fly into the mouth of the cat, if you will, or if we just focus on standoff capabilities, or if we just focus on air capabilities at the expense of land, or space capabilities at the expense of air, or cyber capabilities at the expense of everything else, the paradox of warfare is whatever battle you're preparing for, the adversary sees what you're doing to some degree and prepares for that battle as well. So ultimately, it's critical for us to think about how do we apply autonomy and the capabilities that this is going to bring across a broad swath of domains of capabilities that are being developed. Stand-in assets, I would argue, will need to be able to make decisions, whether made by a human or by artificial intelligence, inside enemy airspace with very little to no communication with a commander in the rear. Indeed, to be successful in its mission and not get shot down, a weapon system will have to maintain a degree of air superiority, whether passively through evasion, stealth, jamming, or actively by using kinetic weapons and self-defense. Whether assisting a human or through complete autonomy on its own, maintaining air superiority in contested environments will require speed of decision-making that's only going to be possible through automation. A good example of this is the transition that you heard about in my introduction of going from the F-16 to the F-22. The decisions I was making in the F-16 were much slower because I was having to manage sensors. I was manually fusing the information that came in from those sensors in the gray matter in my brain. In the F-22, the sensors were automatically managed, and the fusion of the information was done by the onboard fire control computer, so that now I could return to tactical decision-making as opposed to being a sensor manager. Similarly, uncrewed and autonomous standoff weapons, ideally at lower cost, provide an appealing option for achieving mass at a distance. Integrating autonomy across the spectrum of our capabilities is different and, in my view, a more balanced approach than we've taken in the past. In terms of air platforms, the types of resiliency of networks we use will vary significantly and does vary significantly between manned, remotely crewed, or entirely autonomous systems. Remotely manned systems present to me the biggest challenges when it comes to the network that enables them. They require high bandwidth of secure and reliable global communications, and this is likely untenable when you're fighting in highly congested space. Even an agile, smart, and self-healing network can't maintain access to that bandwidth in the face of raw jamming power projected over short distances. This means that in order to penetrate an integrated defensive system, our platforms must be increasingly autonomous and able to make decisions within that airspace, again, without guidance from afar. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but I would argue that our current semi-autonomous and manned platforms are actually similar in their bandwidth requirements. This makes sense if you consider that a manned platform is actually partly autonomous, at least from the network's perspective. The commander orders it to do its mission, but once ordered, the autonomous brains of the platform, whether they're artificial or human, execute the mission on their own without the need for an elaborate or robust communications network back to a ground station. Of course, there's a fiscal and human cost to supporting crewed systems. Currently, even unmanned systems like the MQ-9 are crewed throughout their entire mission, requiring dozens of personnel over a 24-hour period to keep them airborne. Uncrewed systems, on the other hand, are no longer limited by humans that need things like sleep, food, or bathroom breaks. Endurance is not the only benefit. In a world that's saturated with data, an autonomous system should be able to ingest and process all the data available to it and make better decisions about whether and how to employ force. Uncrewed and fully autonomous systems also provide unprecedented opportunities to scale up in mass effects without putting humans at risk. This is exactly what DepSecDef Hicks recently announced in her Replicator initiative, in my view, drawing on commercially available capabilities to accelerate the scaling of some type of all-domain, attritable autonomous systems. War in Ukraine has seen these types of systems used, and we see potential for this to play out by many sides and many different conflicts, no matter where they are in the world. We, as members of a military that might find ourselves involved in one of those conflicts, need to be able to rapidly produce and procure systems and execute high-end, full-scale operations using those types of systems that come from Replicator. And we've also got to build an internal supply chain and a logistics network that can sustain these operations over time. Part of the solution to this problem is harnessing technologies like 3D printing, but it also requires a lot more than that. There's a number of things that you can't 3D print. You need some advanced electronics that can run the brains of this. You might need sensors that you can't 3D print. You've got to have a supply chain that's robust enough to deliver all the capabilities and make an intact system get to the front line. Nonetheless, such an approach offers a cheaper and more dynamic option to employing defensive and offensive uncrewed capabilities. So again, in my view, if you want to generate effects from the air in future conflict, you will sooner or later employ these types of autonomous and uncrewed systems. They will provide a variety of short and long-range weapon systems, or they will be that autonomy will be applied across a variety of those systems. But this arsenal of systems also can't be static. We can't think of it as we're going to field one set of them and then we're done. As soon as the enemy observes how we employ our systems in combat or training, whether we're stand-in and stand-off, uncrewed or manned, they're going to adjust their defensive and offensive responses. To keep ahead of the adversary, we must also develop and execute an agile and inventive process that can leverage new technology and keep systems fresh, employing them in adaptive and unpredictable ways. And it's this recognition that drove us in AFCENT to stand up a new operational task force called CTF 99. So Combined Task Force 99 is AFCENT's innovative team that leverages commercial off-the-shelf digital and unmanned capabilities to create dilemmas for our adversaries. It is a small, elite team with a broad range of specialties, but with the potential to expand based on what capabilities we're able to acquire and the missions that we assign to this team. The task force also increases our partnership opportunities with other militaries in the region, creating new collaborative space where nations can bring together innovative subject matters to apply creative solutions to some very complex problems. In its first year of operations, CTF 99 has already seen remarkable growth, expanding its geographic reach across the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant, and increasing the volume of capabilities that it has in its arsenal. We focused our team at CTF 99 on 3 lines of effort. The first of these is to increase air domain awareness by building a resilient mesh network of sensors that can provide constant information operating as our eyes and ears, whether over the sea, on land, or in the sky. The second line of effort that we've given them is to figure out how to locate and find hard-to-detect mobile targets and accelerate our targeting cycle to a speed faster than our enemy can handle or that they can react to. In other words, accelerate our OODA loop. We've already made tremendous progress on this. Finally, the team has been tasked to develop capabilities and concepts that can impose costs and create dilemmas for our adversaries. Our adversaries know our tactics, they understand our decision-making process, and they read our doctrine. By innovating at the tactical edge, Task Force 99 is presenting a new calculus that our enemies are going to have to solve, and they'll be less ready to respond to it as a result. As I mentioned, what makes this team somewhat unique is its combined nature. It's not just American airmen, but we have participation from 6 coalition partners, and we expect more to join soon. These strategic partners are key to maintaining our technological edge and creating an environment that supports constant innovation and progress. Beyond our partners in the region, we've also built partnerships across the innovation ecosystem, including with academic institutions like George Mason University and the Air Force Academy. We're trying to set the foundational needs in place that'll bring the next generation of creative thinkers, doers, and leaders into the fold. CTF 99, again, has a diverse team of experts, well-postured to leverage new and developing technologies. We've got folks who can do open source coding for autonomous capabilities. We've got folks who can find and use commercially available and cheap over-the-horizon capabilities. We've got folks trained to 3D print. And I'll just give you one example. 3D printing a UAS can be done at a much lower cost than buying something off the shelf on the market. It also enables us, if we have enough printers, to scale production to hundreds of UASs. Excuse me, bringing the parts and logistics necessary right up into the theater of war. We just recently successfully flew our first 3D printed small UAS. We call it the Kestrel. This system can fly, without going into all the details, hundreds of kilometers, fly a multi-kilogram payload that could be a weapon, a sensor, any number of things. That system was fully designed by CTF 99, and the price point is $2,500 per copy. Think what I could buy, or how many of these I could buy if I offset that against a more traditional capability. Conceivably, you could buy tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of these if you could, again, scale the production. And with that many, think of the dilemma that you could impose on your adversary. Think of the wrong side of the cost curve that the adversary would be on if they tried to shoot everyone down. In cooperation with CENTCOM, we're exploring how to scale that production of that Kestrel UAV and others that we have into the thousands, dramatically shorten the parts and logistics chains needed to sustain that scale, and combine that production capability with autonomy so that we have a cheap intel collector or weapon system that we can use at a time and place of our choosing. We've got options where we could employ these platforms alone, or we could employ them in some sort of a swarm. But regardless of how they're employed, the takeaway here, as the DepSecDef highlighted, is that small, smart, cheap, and many is going to be the way that I see effects being achieved in the future when and where we need them. Where autonomy can really multiply effects is in identifying targets with human input. CTF-99 is working with the Air Force Research Laboratory and small businesses to create solutions for a UAS with automated target recognition capability. This would be released with a set of targets to watch out for while it's on its mission, along with instructions of what to do if the target were found. Using machine learning, the system will gradually get better and better at identifying targets. And this is indicative of just how powerful this technology can be. Once acquired and within a well-established concept of operations, these systems only become more capable with the tasks that we give to them. As these examples hopefully illustrate to you, collaboration with commercial vendors, those who are at the forefront of technological innovation, significantly bolsters military capabilities today. We're proud of our partnerships with commercial vendors and our ability to focus on advancing technology, but also a shared commitment to ethical standards. The success and growth of CTF-99 is shaping how we conduct military operations. Their strategies are influencing other air components around the globe and other services, and we're learning lessons that we believe are exportable to other problem sets and other theaters. As CTF-99 grows, so will our need to adapt our command and control protocols, and that change is inevitable, and that's where some of the ethical dilemmas start to come into play. But those are challenges that we're eager to meet. So there still is a long way to go and a lot of thorny technological and ethical issues we need to deliberate about solving. I'd caution that anyone who would consider any innovative concepts, including applying AI, machine learning, or uncrewed systems, thinking about them as silver bullets that by themselves solve a military problem is the wrong way to think about it. These innovations have to be paired with valid concepts of operation and a solid ethical framework to make them effective in any expected operating environment. A concept based on tactics or technology is interesting, but only when paired with a concept of operations does it become compelling to me. And while the technology isn't there yet for a fully autonomous UAS that can make its own targeting decisions, we need to assess the ethical dilemmas ahead of time in order to know what we're going to do when that tech is ready for fielding. As a commander, you all know this, but there's a number of ethical and legal constraints that I operate within to achieve military objectives. If we are to employ autonomous systems, we need them to operate within the same constraints that I expect human operators to operate within, and in line with commander's intent, with my intent. In that spirit, I'd like to offer a few problems that, from my perspective as a commander, need to be solved in order to deploy these types of systems at scale on the battlefield. One of our foundational problems, of course, is target identification. We are required to meet the law of war principle of distinction and only go after valid military targets. As we've seen in wars of the previous 2 decades, identifying targets from the air comes with a unique set of problems, most of them derived from the fog of war and uncertainty. Getting the fidelity of information needed requires multiple sensors with data from a variety of domains, increasing our confidence that we're targeting what we intend to before we employ lethal force. Errors can have very large consequences, and this makes a lot of people understandably reticent to hand these types of decisions over to the machines. But this is an area where autonomy and uncrewed systems may actually give us an advantage. Low-cost systems, say a swarm of sensors that can be sent in very close to a target, are able to get higher fidelity information without risk to human life or to expensive aircraft. Those autonomous systems may actually enable us to increase the data available to give us a higher confidence assessment on military targets. And they can also remove the risk for errors that cost human lives due to human bias. A follow-on problem to target identification is the decision to engage a target. This is significantly more complicated in my view. You have to have complete confidence you're looking at a valid enemy target, but if that target's next to a school or a mosque or a church, you have a new set of issues that you have to think through. Combine that with violations of the law of war that we've seen from adversaries in the past, such as using human shields, and you have a Gordian knot that's difficult for humans to untie, much less for artificial intelligence. Under current rules, a human commander can make a decision to strike a target, even if there's potential for civilian casualties, if the military value of that target outweighs the risk of the civilian losses. These are gut-wrenching decisions to make as a commander. And it's almost impossible for me to see how we can delegate that type of decision-making to a machine. But we need to think through it. Should that analysis only be left to humans? If not, how do we impart those value judgments to a machine, even one that learns? I would offer, in order to delegate target engagement authority to a machine, we must place certain constraints upon it. These might mean there's certain scenarios in which the machine is simply not allowed to engage unless it gets guidance from a human. And this is an area in which I think autonomy could help that commander make that decision as well. If I find myself faced with a consuming array of data, some of it contradictory and certainly the volume of it being somewhat overwhelming, and I'm getting that all instantaneously, it's nearly impossible for me to digest all of that and make sense of it. But a good AI ML system might be able to do that more quickly and more accurately assess the potential for collateral damage. It might provide for more protection of civilians if we use it to assist a human. At the very least, it might provide a more complete picture for that human commander to make a final ethical judgment. Finally, we also need to think about how to build accountability into all of our autonomous technology. Commanders need to retain a certain degree of oversight of their forces, and that principle is all the more imperative for machines. Even if human input is not necessary for the system to operate on its own, a human, in my view, must remain on the loop somewhere to ensure the system is functioning correctly and meeting the commander's intent in accordance with the law of war. That's one reason why AI comes to a decision, how AI comes to a decision is just as important as the decision itself. Autonomous systems must be auditable and their calculus transparent. Self-learning or continuously updating military IA capabilities have to be subject to a monitoring process to ensure that critical safety features have not been overruled. So in the end, there's a number of difficult but not insurmountable concerns that we'll need to think through over the coming years. The risks that we've been discussing require us to be deliberate in how we design and deploy autonomous and uncrewed systems, and we're not without guideposts, fortunately. As General Guillot highlighted, DoD Directive 3000.09 does provide some strong ethical principles that can guide AI development. The technology has to be responsive, equitable, traceable, reliable, and governable. These principles drive rigorous validation and testing of systems to ensure they function as desired, with operational effectiveness and consistent with the intent of a human commander. To me, this is an exciting time. Many sense we're entering a new phase of technology development, one that will drive changes to the character of war, and some think even to the very nature of war. It will require fresh thinking to control the skies of the future, but we should not step back from that. We should remain grounded in long-established moral principles, but we have to embrace the technology and think about how we'll apply it moving forward. If we retain the moral high ground in this burgeoning era of technology, we'll need everyone here, the students, the academics, the practitioners, the innovators, other commanders to help solve these problems. Consider the ethical questions from this conference and keep in mind as you disentangle how to develop this technology responsibly, that in the end, it's going to be used to kill other humans. We have an opportunity to shape future conflicts, how they are fought, and ideally, how they're not fought, so that we can maintain a deterrent advantage to ensure those conflicts are avoided in the first place. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, General, for your in-depth remarks. And we're ready now to start our afternoon breakout sessions. So I'm going to read out the topics for the sessions. Session 1, Artificial Intelligence, Ethics, and Lethal Autonomy, held in room 3711, moderated by Lieutenant Colonel Lushenko. Session number 2, The Future of Uncrewed Systems, held in room 3708, moderated by David DeRoche. Number 3, Civilian Industry Use and Advancement of UAVs, held in room 2709, moderated by Dr. Malarkey. And then number 4, Security of Autonomous Systems, held in room 3709, moderated by Dr. Sargol Ziai to do this. And after the sessions, we'll take a quick break until 3:45. But at 3:45, allow me to emphasize, we will come back so the moderators can give us a very brief review and takeaways from their sessions. And then we'll have closing remarks by General McKenzie. So again, we'll see you everybody back in this room at 3:45. So enjoy your breakout sessions.